Let's take it over there in the back. How do I know this is your presentation?
I don't know. I just have this minute. So first we start with, I have the official opening and stuff. And first thing is the opening speech and introducing the
Okay. And what he starts?
Yeah, I'm gonna say it.
Oh, you're gonna give introduction.
Yeah. Just before introducing just I'm gonna introduce him a little bit. And then second one is the keynote speaker. So first one is
So keeps doing like that. Okay. So when you
let's take this.
नहीं नहीं वो तो आप बोलेंगे तो सही ना उससे पहले आप 5,000 के बजट नहीं सर आई
who is after Joy?
It's this sheet.
Yeah. I just moved that hair out. That's right. That's fine.
Keynote speaker 2 is Dr.
Can I get yours?
So, keynote 1 is Dr. Joe Hagan. Is that it?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Second one is Dr. Sajid Lahana. Correct one.
Who's looking for trade?
Liz. Okay. Fourth one, then it's going to be this and then very excellent presentation. And then we've got and then finally Amarachi
Only difference between mine and yours is
keynote speaker 2 and 3.
Yeah. Thank you very much. See, it's always good to
Double check.
double check.
Any idea whose phone it is?
What?
Oh, you're having a baby?
No.
Pfizer. Should I give you this phone
Oh
just
my
in
God.
case? This phone was on the table.
I do not know.
It could be a minute.
Because this one,
Okay, I'll hold on to it. It's supposed to be
okay, I'm gonna quickly confirm and come back.
Okay, yeah, please. Thank you. I'm correct. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see, it's good to check it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I will change. Yes, please. So after Joe Hagan, it will be this one, right? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's all right.
Hello, one, two, three.
Yeah.
So all it is that we have to turn this on, and it has to basically put this in the back or something like that in the software. I'm not sure if this is something people want to use. If this looks okay or this looks... Yeah? So basically what it is somebody, they have to press this and hold to switch it on. Light comes on here.
How many of these?
Three. The three of these.
There's 3 wood.
Yeah. Can you turn another one for them? Hello? Or is it just one at a time? I think maybe just one at a time. Simply. Okay. So let me turn this one off and then we'll turn your one on, yeah?
Hello. Hello.
Oh, the third one, yeah. So these two for the new microphones. This one is for we've got two sets available. So the first speaker, after the first speaker, so first speaker is Joe. Joe and Liz. We need to ask Joe and Liz whether they prefer using this or handheld microphone. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. If people prefer using these, one of us have to basically remove something and prepare the next person. We've got two sets at least, one is Charlie, and one of us will go and basically on the finish, we take it off from them and set it up for the next person if they prefer using this. Otherwise, we will do them. Whose child is this? Do you know who he's belong to?
Looks very. Yeah, I do, but should I call it?
Yeah, police.
Yeah. I don't know if it's can't call it.
Either is Evelina or the other one. Every morning. Vasilina. Yeah, it's Evelina, yeah. She's probably looking for this everywhere.
I'm going to get something to eat.
Yeah, let's have coffee, guys. We won't get a chance to do it. Yeah. You don't want holding. Then they need to come and see us before they come on stage, so we can give them one of these. So you know, for me, for you, yeah. Are you gonna be there? Just use them all the time.
Yeah, possible.
And come, let me say you have. This goes in behind you, over your ear.
I was on live.
And then you have
See here?
to lift up your hand on top of it.
Show me how you put it. So yeah.
Put it like this. Can I put this up for you? Yeah. Yes, you just look at your. Okay. Thanks.
Is there a standing? Tanya.
I have one. Okay, keep on. I have this one.
I'm so sorry.
That is fine.
I have this.
Caesar?
No, no, no.
Oh my God, the
It's
last
not
thing.
gonna be done. It's not gonna be done. Oh, it's long.
Okay. Yeah, I think I click on.
So this is not good.
No.
Try this one. Problem with this one is like you feel like this, then it doesn't.
Can we just test it quickly? Take it off. The receiver still safe?
Same thing as that.
Same receiver?
Yeah, just unplug it. Yeah, any of them, yeah, just unplug it. No, it can all work.
We trade it like that. It's only works that if you switch one off. You switch that one off. Let it speak.
Test. Hello.
Speak up.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Mont College Research Conference 2026.
I switched on my one.
Okay.
I switched on my one.
Hello?
Yeah. Can you say something on this?
Hello.
So I think you have to turn one off in order for the other one to actually work. Hello?
Hello.
Let me turn this one off, and then you will see it will work.
Yeah. Hello, hello, hello.
So that one is off.
Hello?
Oh.
It's only one, you have to turn one off. You get the other one.
But that is just control now.
Now it's working again. This is switched off. Yeah, it's working.
So, feedback. This is off. This is off as well. How are you? Yeah, good.
Let me move.
Yeah, keep talking from there.
Yeah? Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, respected academics, industry professionals. So now this is what
Is it feedback? Something fitting back here? Definitely. Not big. Thank you very much. Where do you get that? Downstairs.
Upstairs.
Huh?
Upstairs.
Oh, they're hiding all these.
But in the, because I looked up Boys, please help yourself. Must be something going on in the house.
Subhada? Let's see if you switch it up. That one goes away. Take that. Because her one is on, so it's not going to work.
I thought we never each other knew what
She switched off her one.
Please help yourself.
Can you break that one?
Yeah. Should I break it?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is on live. You're on live.
You're on live, yeah. Sabuda. You're on live, yeah. That's on YouTube. Next time you can see yourself eating. But you look nice. Don't worry.
We are just 5 minutes late, please. One moment.
I think the guy is here. It's fine, it's fine. Okay, we're going in order. We are
Can you stop coming in my video? Are we good, Sammy? We're good? Yeah, we're good. Mr. Faisal, are we all set? Oh my God, can you stop?
Hello everybody. Could you please settle down as we will start in a moment? Test, test.
Why is this video
Could you please be seated as we'll be starting in a couple of minutes? Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, respected academics, industry professionals, researchers and students. Good morning and a very warm welcome to the Mont College Research Conference 2026. I would also like to extend a special welcome to our keynote speakers, institutional partners, employers, alumni, and honored guests joining us today. So for those who don't know me, my name is Subodha Samarasinghage and I am a lecturer in Business and Marketing Department here at Mont College, as well as a doctoral researcher and I'll have the pleasure of being your host for today. So let's start talking about what a timely conversation this is going to be. We are living through one of the most transformative periods in the modern East, and I'm sure you're going to agree with me. Industries are evolving, technology is reshaping how we work, and most importantly, the skills required for the success are constantly being redefined. And perhaps the biggest question is not just about the dilemma education is going to face, but it's also about what students know and whether they are truly prepared for the future that they're going to step into. Today's conference brings together thought leaders, academics, practitioners, and policymakers to explore exactly that. Before we begin, just a quick round of housekeeping notes. In the unlikely event of an emergency, please follow the fire exit signs and guidance from the staff members. Toilets are located outside the hall and on the ground floor. Please ensure that your phones are on silent mode so we can all enjoy the sessions without interruptions. Also, we will be taking pictures and videos. So if you don't like to be a part of it, you could always sit at the third last rows in my right hand side. If at any point you require assistance, our wonderful Montrose College staff and the research committee members will be more than happy to help. A very special thank you to our CEO, Madam Principal, Research Committee, academic teams, and professional services staff whose hard work made today possible. Now let's begin what promises to be an exciting and an insightful day. This year's conference theme is Bridging Academia and Industry, Higher Education's Role in Upskilling and Reskilling for Future Workforce Readiness. With that, to officially open today's conference, it is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Arsalan Nayyar, Management Consultancy Principal Director, Accenture Incorporation, Toronto, Canada. Mr. Nayyar is an Executive Director in Accenture Life Science North America Industry Consulting Practice and serves as a client account lead for multiple clients. His consultancy experience spans over 25 years. Mr. Nayyar is a certified delivery lead, certified solutions architect for systems integration, and certified in enterprise lean and Six Sigma. He has proven his expertise in the areas of solutions architecture. He has proven his experience in the areas of solutions architecture, systems integration, and global delivery of global multi-million-dollar projects, ERP projects in various industries in mixed onshore and offshore delivery modes. Mr. Nayyar has led and delivered multiple projects for various companies, including many merger projects where assessments and integration was required for existing and new ERP systems. And his experience in global transformation and industry leadership makes him exceptionally well placed to open today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Arsalan Nayyar.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Fine. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. So, Madam Principal, distinguished guests, keynote speakers, esteemed colleagues, and the students, good morning. First of all, I'm very grateful for being invited to deliver the opening address of what this is going to be a very fruitful session, I believe. It's truly an honor, and I want to say this, it's a great honor and privilege to open this up, and looking forward to all the fruitful and productive discussions today. Um, you know, on forums such as these, it always makes me nostalgic. It reminds me of my university days when I was a student, and that was a long, long time ago. One of the story that always highlights my career, which I want to share with you, and it left a big impact at a very young age, is when I, back in university in my bachelor's days when I was in MIT, I vaguely remember it was the first couple of weeks and, you know, all the excitement was there. It was a class on algorithms. And we were supposed to study a language called Scheme and understand algorithms in Scheme. It's a computational language, not many people use it now. It's usually used for robotics and automata and stuff like that. I clearly remember when I opened the book, in the preface, there's a story I read, and I'm going to share that with you. The story goes that the cleverest and the most intelligent scientists of the world all gathered, and they made the most powerful computer in the world. Once they made the computer, they were very excited. They said, okay, we're going to ask and pose the first question. The most important question for humanity since the beginning of time. Can anyone venture a guess?
How it's gonna work?
I'm sorry?
How it's gonna work?
Good. Not good. The question they asked was, does God exist? So they were all excited. They collaborated and said, okay, we're going to ask that the first question for humanity on the behalf of humanity, does God exist? They typed it in, and the computer answered back. And guess what the answer was? The answer was, now it does. So that, you know, that story is very resonant across all the time, but especially now. Right at the beginning in the introduction on the onset, the presenter mentioned that this is a very transformative time. We hear that all the time, and it does sound like a cliche. But I'll be honest with you, it is very transforming. And the story I told you is very resonating with today's contemporary time. What has changed? In my lifetime, I've seen disruptions, at least 2 or 3 big ones. There are many disruptions, but 2 or 3 big ones have always been there. Number one, the advent of the PC in the 80s. The computer came from very large scale into a small desktop-type computer, which propelled productivity. It was the advent of many things. Desktop productivity, word processing power, Excel spreadsheet, analytical power, right? So that was the one big disruption. Then the next big one that I saw in my life in the late 90s, mid 90s was the advent of the internet. That was huge, right? And then the third one would be the telecom and mobile communication. So within my lifetime, I saw these 3. There have been many small ones. We are, I believe, on the cusp of another big one, which is the advent of AI and all of these new technologies, robotics and AI especially, which will really transform our lives. The point I'm trying to make is that disruption is not new. It's always been there since the beginning of time. I would consider venture a guess, the creation of the wheel was a big disruption. Invention of fire, or discovery of fire was a big invention, right? All the way from printing press to it, you name it, it's always there. Is this the last we will see? I don't think so. I don't believe so. I think we'll continue seeing these even beyond our lifetime, right? So what is different this time? I think in my lifetime, that's what I believe, the velocity of change in the last 30, 40 years is much faster in the last 50, 100 years. Imagine a time, maybe 50 years ago, a graduate from a university will come out, she will just learn the skills, and by the time that she'll retire in 30, 40 years, she'll utilize those skills and she'll retire. Now that is not the case. Technology is changing at a breakneck speed. It changes every 2 years, every 1 year, every 6 months, every 3 months, right? So I think the velocity is very different. So having said that, and just remind you, I'm just the one setting up the table and the feast are yet to come. I'm going to throw out a few provocations and a few commentary items, and then we'll get to the main stuff. Number one, I think as us being the faculty and the students, we need to bridge that gap. And that's what the conference is about. I have been part of academia, I've been lecturing, I've attended these universities, and I've also been on the student side. I feel sometimes that the span is too large. The gap between the river on one side and the other is very large, and we need to, now is time that we need to come closer. The academics need to understand the real world problems even more, especially what the students will face, I'll call it like this, when they will go out in the workforce. It would not be just about understanding concepts, it'll be actually applying those concepts. And the students should know that what is it that they will continue to learn in the industry when they will go out, that they can get from academia. So that span needs to bridge, number one. Also, it's all about upskilling, reskilling, and lifelong learning. The best thing that the students can do and the academics can teach is not to teach them certain concepts, which are important even today's world, but also how they can continue to learn lifelong. Learning to learn is the most important thing in the coming days, because technology and all these things will change. But to adapt and to continue to learn will be extremely important. So that's one thing. Number two, we should not in any way be fearful of change and technology, because that's the way it is. It always will be. We need to embrace it with a certain sense of responsibility, but we do need to embrace it. And we need to learn that AI and all these disruptive technology should be used as a tailwind to collaborate, to be leveraged for greater productivity. It'll be man and machine going forward. If we can use and if we can leverage the current technologies to be more productive, there's nothing better. It's not a zero-sum game. It's not it's this or that. It's actually collaboration between us and technology and leveraging, and I think that's what the students should be mostly focused on. Last thing I've mentioned, there's a lot of knowledge out there. You can go to Google and you can get all the information in the world. I remember when I was young, my father bought me a set of Britannica, Encyclopedia Britannica. Raise your hands if you can remember any of those Encyclopedia Britannica. Yeah, exactly, right? On my bookshelf, he was very proud when he got it first. Like 20 books, as like 2 kilos per book, and they were all there. And I would go there and I would pull up a history or something. In 1995, when Microsoft launched Encarta, the whole of the encyclopedia came in one CD. Now you don't even need that. You can go to Google and you can go to Wikipedia or anywhere, and you can pull up any information in the world within a split second, right? So you can see internet and everything, the information is infinite. If you think you can become the best memorizer, you can learn all the facts, you're wrong. Technology is all there. So what is it that will differentiate the students in coming to the workforce compared to the others? This is something which we should really talk about today, and I would emphasize that all of us from a student's perspective should remember that. The half-life of skills is very short. It used to be 30, 40 years, then count 10 years. Now it can be 1 year or 6 months. But half-life of character building, half-life of judgment, half-life of integrity, half-life of critical analysis, and most importantly, half-life of empathy is still very long. So the more the current technology is asking us and compelling us to go towards the subhuman way, the more we need to pivot towards the human way. We will differentiate ourselves in the future by being empathetic. Empathy is not going anywhere. You know, the current technology can produce all the configuration for a CRM system or for an ERP system, but what it cannot produce is the level of trust that one can make between two parties. The empathy, the understanding, listening skill, right? All of these things are extremely important. And with embracing the technology and pivoting toward the human skills that will never go out of fashion, I think that will be true differentiation. So having said that, let's start the big day, and I appreciate it, and thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nair, for officially opening today's conference. And you did mention that you've witnessed few rounds of transformation, computerization, internet, mobile technologies, and also at the moment we are witnessing automation, robotization, AI, and now generative AI. So this is very interesting how volatile it is, as Mr. Nair said, and it's just going to keep transforming our lives, and it's going to be part and partial. It's a lifelong journey, and I certainly agree with Mr. Nair. So he set a brilliant reminder that collaboration between academia and industry is no longer optional. It is essential, it is mandatory. So moving on to our first keynote speaker is Dr. Joe Hazam. Dr. Joe Hazam is Associate Professor of Digital Marketing and serves as a Director of the Research Center for Business, Innovation and Regions at University of Staffordshire, contributing to teaching, research and curriculum development across subjects such as digital marketing strategy, social media analytics and customer engagement. He has published widely in peer-reviewed journals and presented at conferences and academic events in the UK and internationally. His research explores digital marketing capabilities, social media marketing, online customer behavior, and the influence of technological change on organizational performance. Alongside his academic work, Dr. Hazam has delivered professional development programs and masterclasses that support the growth of practical digital marketing skills among students, entrepreneurs, and practitioners. His presentation title for today is From Perception to Practice, Embedding Employability Through Industry Collaboration. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Joe Hazam.
Thank you so much for the introduction. And I think I have few skills, but the first skill that I need to learn today is read my email better for direction, because I went to the campus in the morning. I did not know that it's here, and I think some were worried, but I arrived on time. So I will not repeat, but what I think Hassan mentioned and the host mentioned, the employability is actually a buzz now. And it's timely, and I'm not sure if you knew that the Office of National Statistics before 2-3 weeks will publish the percentage of the needs, which mean the non-in-education, training, or employability. You know? The number is very high. So I think this is very timely. What I will be talking about, I will first of all will try a bit to look at the challenge. because we need to understand what's happening to have solutions. And then I will move to what we know about employability. I will try to combine, not to make it too boring, a bit of research concepts. What does it mean really employability? Because I can hear it everywhere, but when you ask someone what it means employability, for students is different, for employers is different, for us at the university is different, for the admin or the team working in a career and event is different. So I think we don't agree on one definition for employability. So this is what we need to understand a bit. Then I will move to explain to you what we did in terms of intervention and why we did it, what is the rationale about it, and what currently is the outcome from it, and what we will do next. And we'll give a bit of implication from our learning experience with the intervention, which is called the digital marketing and AI Hub. Fine?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, so first, as I mentioned at the beginning, before 2 weeks, there was too much buzz in UK, in the media, about the 13% point something of the young people in non-education, employment, or training. And then forget about the number, but the challenge of this number that we are in UK almost double any place in Europe. That's what the red flag. It's a very high number compared to our neighbors. And again, if you look at, I think the opening speech was about the digital skills as well. They mentioned the new digital skills. There is a huge cost of digital skills gap, which is 63 billion. This is in 2025 from the Steering Committee of Technology in the House of Commons. And then look at this number. 80% of employers struggle to find skilled candidates. So is it contradicting? There is plenty, I think one of the consultants, I don't remember if Lloyd's or others, they mentioned there is 5 million vacancies in IT and AI and all of this. Since there is too much or high number of opportunity, the question is why there is the employers they struggle. Now, this is a good question, and we will try to answer as much as we can, because we at the university, we are responsible of this gap. Okay, I will try to be honest today. So now I believe that the system in academia, and I think my colleagues here, they will agree with me a bit, we are not moving fast as what's happening outside academia. I know myself personally. I have a paper about social media and AI since 2 years in the revision. 2 years now. Last third revision, fourth revision, I look at the references, they are from 2004, 2024. So 2 years. So we are slow, things sometimes in our hands, sometimes not. But I think that here's the gap. So we provide our student knowledge, 100%. They go with credentials, 100%. No one can say no. We try every year to update assignments. We try to bring some speakers to the university. We do career and events. We do all of this. We send them to placement sometimes. I'm not sure if you do internship, sure, everywhere. So there is plenty of activity through the years. They were efficient. I cannot argue or say, oh, they are not good. No. From the literature, very clear that the student that they experience placement or internship during their university days, they have higher probability of finding good jobs. This is well established. But the question is, since the outside world is moving faster than before, okay, and we mentioned the shelf life of the skill now. Okay, so it is enough. This is the question. So, yeah, it's fine. Okay, so the question, since the external world is moving faster, the question is placement alone and or internship alone or micro placement or speaker guest will move fast at the external environment. So that's why we before going to the intervention, just a bit, I tried, before going with the intervention, I tried to tell you what was the main thinking before this. I noted that my last 5 years at the University of Staffordshire, whenever I ask, especially because I'm a digital marketeer, there is some gaps in the student in terms of finding job fast and good jobs. Okay? Every year I follow the student and the same. There is 2-3 students, they got very good jobs. The average in general, not on a high level, and a bit of 20-30%, they did not find jobs. So, although we have placement as well as opportunity for the student. So before going into the intervention, I thought, okay, what we can do for this student? Let's start from the literature. From the literature, when we look at employability, employability is about many integrated concepts together. So it's not one. Okay, it's not about the skills. It's about how to apply the skills. And this is what we call the human capital part for the student that they are here. Skills are still important, but not important without knowing how to apply it from an industry perspective. Now, the other few things, here the main challenge. I don't personally, when I ask a student about employability, they think CV. Yeah, they think CV, they think cover letter, they think technical skills, which is okay. It's not wrong. But try to ask your student, and if I ask one student here, ask them what's employability about. They will never go with all these combined. They think about it as individual attribute, and it's not, it's psychological. Yeah? So if we can just raise this awareness, now personally, I teach digital marketing analytics and I teach quantitative research method. At the beginning of any session, I mention what it means employability, what they need to do. That it's not enough the skill, the technical skills, which we'll talk about that AI will take many of these AI skills, that AI can do it instead of us. So we need human capital, social capital, and some individual attribute like self-efficacy, adaptability, career identity, okay? So these are what the literature said. So based on what I know from the literature, I start to prepare an intervention, and this was previous academic year, where I start to contact some speakers in the industry, AI and digital marketing mainly, and I planned 18 sessions with mainly manager, CEO of logistic company, AI, entrepreneurs, and I created an intervention that the industry present for 20 to 30 minutes, any new application in AI and digital marketing, the first 20 minutes, and then questions, and after that, 30 minutes of networking. And I invited the small and medium businesses in the area of Staffordshire. Okay, so we conducted 18 sessions, and I invited all the business school students, not only the digital marketing, because we had session outside just the specialty of marketing. And we did 18 sessions, and on average, so I had 18 speakers. On average, there was in the class, in the conference room, 25 students for each session and 9 businesses on average. So in total, we had more than 120, 130 students and more than 45 businesses from the area. And the outcome from it, as measurable outcome outside the employability that we'll talk about it, was the number of placement, paid placement and internship. We got 10. Sorry, for the student.
From each session?
Sorry?
From each session?
No, overall we got 10, a placement for the student from overall of it. And many of them, they need more, but it depends on the student if they have the ability to do it. Okay. So now, what I did at the end of the intervention, I sent a survey based on a very well-established scale about internal self-employability. They ask 6 questions about how the student, their confidence, how they perceive their academic work, about their career adaptability, and I received 118 responses from the student. I sent it to the overall, I think the invited were 400, so we received 118. From this 118 student, there was almost half of them attended the hub, and half of them they did not attend the hub. So I looked at the difference between them, and we did something called ANCOVA, because I did the control, because you know students could have different level of experience, yeah? So I control for something called their level of studies, how many years of experience they have, and if they attended a career event, because at the university there is many career events. And we found, okay, that the student that attended the hub, they got a higher mean response on their self-employability compared to the one not attending the hub. And this is controlling for all the level of experience, so the result is just related to the hub. Now, more important than this quantitative part, I followed up with interviews just to understand how this self-employability has been developed or activated, what happened during the hub. So I did semi-structured interview with 12 students that attended the hub, and 8 interviews with the businesses, that because it's good as well to look at the other side, at the supply side, what they think about the hub, and this will help us to build for the future. So from a student point of view, these are the 5, let's say, conditions that support the student building their human capital, their self-efficacy, their social capital, professional communication, career, self-management. So these are the 5 themes that the hub did. And when I read the interviews and did the transcription several times, I noticed something very important in what they said. It was the recurrent interaction with the businesses that developed the confidence. And why is that? Because students noticed that businesses, they need them for digital marketing and AI. Yeah? And on top of this, they mimic, or they are seeing some businesses and entrepreneurs as their role model in the place. Yeah? So this is another condition that helped them to build this employability. Yeah? Other than the third condition was feeling safe. I was surprised when it was mentioned many times. And how the mechanism works, it works through something called non-hierarchical. So students are not assessed like we assess them in the classroom. When they present to us, they feel there is an assessment. Yeah? We are evaluating them. But in the hub, no one is evaluating. So they feel that this is from the word of the student. They feel it's a safe place. It's an equalizing space where I'm not a student, I'm a learner, but the business as well that attending is a learner. So we are equal. Yeah? So this one of the mechanisms that really was interesting during the interview. A few words from the student, for example, it has shown me that I'm employable, self-efficacy, because they went and discussed with the businesses. I went from 0 LinkedIn connection to having so many connections from the hub, social capital. It changed your mindset from I'm only studying to I'm also building my career. This is a big shift. If we can really trigger this shift, I think we'll be half the way. Yeah? Now, from a business point of view, this is interesting as well, because usually what we do, we ask the business to provide our student placement, but we don't know if the learning outcome will be achieved. We don't know what if they really will do the work that help them to develop their skills, to apply their skills, or they will do something else. Many questions here. So I thought it's a good opportunity as well to ask the businesses that attended, and many of them, they provide our student a placement, so I will know what's happening from interaction. And I found 2 main, let's say, results. From a business, what they give the student, it was real project that validate academic knowledge. This is important. And they mentor in terms of mentoring and public endorsement of student expertise. So they mirror, so they provide more confidence about what the student skills are in terms of development are doing. And professional network and referral and career pathway, because many of the students, they start to build their network and they got the jobs not from just the business attending the hub, but from their network, which is common sense. Many of them, for example, attended the Staffordshire Chamber of Commerce, and they were promoting the hub. And we were getting more and more businesses because not of us, we don't promote. I don't promote this, yeah, because I have a good network, I invite them, but the network is promoting. This is a good one from the businesses. So they at least they corroborate or they agree with what in terms of students say in the interview. From a business, what they got back, they got digital knowledge that closed their skills gap. Many of them, we do for them workshops on AI, on applying digital marketing. They develop their website, they develop their social media strategy in front of us with AI and in a workshop style. So this is very good for them. Measurable commercial outcome from the student in terms of sales, in terms of others, and for them, professional renewal. So this is the interaction. So, and a few words from the student. What students give me match what the professional I speak to every day are saying. So it's given me confidence. So it means validation. Outcome. We spent £900. The best commercial quote was over 5,000. I felt more optimistic in the last 4 months than in the previous 8 years of running a business. Okay, so the question is, after the hub, after reflecting myself, writing the papers about it, there is another concept as well, but we don't have the time to discuss it. My final result is it's a not one-way training intervention. So it's better to have always this interaction, not just a one-stop event, post-hoc event of career, once per semester. Few of the students will attend, the others they don't attend. Okay, so it's a two-way communication and recurrent. You need interaction to build confidence, to build the skills that we mentioned. And you're not just providing your student, you're providing the businesses as well. And the businesses will provide the knowledge, the outcome, and the energy. So it's a two-way. So to wrap up, from the hub, these are the 3 studies. So from quantitatively, although we couldn't measure the self-perceived employability at the beginning of the hub, so to do a pre-post analysis, okay, but at least we have a preliminary, let's say, result that the hub could improve compared to the student that they did not attend. From study 2 and study 3, we discussed the mechanism and the condition on how the student built. So now, for us, university, from all what we have done last year, how we can move forward. I think the main point here is the structured recurring instead of post-hoc. Instead of just one module where, for example, there is a micro placement, or instead of internship, it needs to be recurring, it needs to be structured, it needs to have mutual benefit between the student and the businesses. For the businesses, again, I think many of us in the academia, we have a relationship with the businesses, yeah, and we ask them to support our student. But I think, again, for me, it was a shift in the, as well from a mindset. I'm not asking now the businesses only to support my student in terms of placement. I'm as well providing them something meaningful. So here again, a good interaction for student, a very, very important point. I think we have, can you please raise your hand, students? Always. Myself, I'm student as well. Yeah, we are always students. So for students, I don't want to repeat what they mentioned at the beginning. Engagement is very important. Remember, your skills today, after 1 week, could be you could be happy and proud of a skill. After 1 week, AI or something else will take over. Okay, but human capital, social capital, personal attribute, integrity, ethics, problem solving, professional confidence, okay, these are the things AI will not take it from you. And you cannot build these skills first day, second day. You need to work on it on daily basis. Try to work on these 5, what I mentioned, at least those 5 on daily basis. Okay, this is my message to you. And for us as a researcher, I think when I finished writing the paper, one of the points that really I want to try to understand next time in the next academic year, because we'll make it bigger next academic year, is about equity. Because I know that students from different backgrounds, they could face more challenges when they go to the industry. Okay, so I couldn't really try to understand who attended from different background, how we can include everyone. So this is my current thought during the summer break, so we can include everyone next academic year. My final message, employability is not something we give, which when I started my academic career, this was my understanding of employability. Let me put more assessment related to technical. It's not the case today. I think completely differently. I think we build it together with our students. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Joe Hassan, for such an insightful and an engaging presentation. You talked a lot about employability, and I think many of us will be leaving this room today with having a renewed understanding of what employability is. And it's not just about qualifications no more, it's about adaptability, collaboration, and real-world experience. And one thing that you said stuck with me. You said, seeing the potential, doing the work. True employability grows where education and industry meet. So I think that is something that we will always have in our mind, and is very important for us as academics as well. Next, I would like to invite our second keynote speaker. Our next speaker brings extensive experience from local government and economic development. Please welcome Ms. Liz Hanam. Liz Hanam is the service lead for economic development at the London Borough of Redbridge, where she is responsible for shaping local economic strategy, supporting business growth, and delivering initiatives that strengthen the borough's long-term prosperity. Her presentation title for us today is Building Future Skills Locally, Lessons from Redbridge for a Changing Workforce. Please put together your hands for Ms. Liz Hanam.
Amazing, thank you very much. And following a really fascinating presentation, I've scribbled all over my speech to add some additional things to it. So thank you, Joe, for inspiring me with extra bits. So good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to have been invited to attend this conference today, and I'm delighted to be representing the London Borough of Redbridge. We are hosted by Redbridge here, and you are sitting right at the heart of our borough. And today's theme could not be more relevant. It was so fascinating that that's the theme that has been chosen. And last night I asked my children, I've got 2 girls, aged 6 and 7, I said to them that age-old question, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I got answers like, oh, a vet, a doctor, maybe a council worker, a little bit like mummy. What I find really fascinating in that conversation is the likelihood is that both of them will work in jobs we've not even considered are even real opportunities just yet. As has been said by everyone on this platform so far, we are living through a period of extraordinary economic and technological change. Artificial intelligence, automation, demographic shifts, and new models of work are really reshaping the labour market faster than ever before. And in this context, it's the relationship between higher education and industry that's not just important, it's really fundamental to, particularly here for us in London, our future economic resilience and social inclusion. And Joe just ended on that around the inclusion and the equity across the board for everybody. So let me begin by situating the conversation really locally and thinking about the wider strategic framework that guides the work that we're doing in Redbridge and also across London. So there are three really key strategies that are shaping London's skills system. We've got the Mayor's London Growth Plan. Now, this plan sets out a really bold vision for a fairer, a greener, a more prosperous London. And it emphasises boosting productivity. Back to that employability question, the productivity is only going to come from having the right workforce and the right individuals. It comes from strengthening local economies, accelerating that innovation and ensuring that growth benefits all Londoners, the equity point again. It recognises the skills are the engine of economic growth. Without a workforce that's adaptable, digitally confident and future ready, London cannot maintain any longer its global competitiveness. We've then got the London Skills Improvement Plan. They like writing policies and strategies in the Mayor's office in London, you can tell. So the LSIP, it's shaped by employers. Back to the point about what do employers want. It identifies the sectors where skills shortages are the most acute and where training provision must evolve and keep up. And it calls for stronger employer education partnerships. You've just heard a perfect example from Joe. More flexible and modular learning and clearer pathways into technical and vocational careers. And then finally, we've got the London Inclusive Talent Strategy, the inclusion point yet again. And this strategy focuses on widening participation. It thinks about removing those barriers to opportunity and ensuring that London's diverse communities can access really high quality, good work. That the kind of earlier slide around the quality of jobs people are moving into. Graduates should be moving into graduate level opportunities. They shouldn't be taking those foundational economy roles that mean that other residents who are unemployed really can't ever get their foot in the door. And together, all these documents form a really clear mandate. They tell us that London needs an agile, an inclusive and an employer-led skills system, and higher education must sit right at the heart of it. These strategies are emphasising critical priorities, that boosting of productivity and innovation, that embedding of digital green skills, the widening of participation, and preparing and inspiring people to work in the growth sectors of the future, or those jobs we've not even considered yet. And the employer voice throughout all of this really does remain the golden thread. If we don't understand what employers want from their workforce, we are going to struggle to train and ensure that we are putting the right candidates forward for those opportunities. Now, Redbridge itself, I mean, I love Redbridge. I was born here, I've grown up here for a long time. It's a borough of growth, it's a borough of potential, and it's a borough that is really facing but embracing challenge. And we're embracing that with ambition and with urgency. There is real major regeneration underway. As you've travelled here today, and you know, those of you who are at the college in Gants Hill, there's a lot of development going on in our borough. We are really working hard to try and put Redbridge on the map to make sure that we have the quality housing requirements, we have the infrastructure requirements to make this a great place to live. But then people need the jobs and the opportunities to be able to work here, and it's where all of this bridges together. We've got a really diverse and actually quite a young population. Actually, to the earlier point, our NEET levels in Redbridge are quite low at the under 18 level, but they're growing at the over 18. So it's the graduates that are coming out that are struggling to move into quality opportunities. We've got a really expanding and a hugely entrepreneurial business space. There are a number of you here that may well consider starting something on your own, not going and working for an employer, but actually using those entrepreneurial skills to establish and set something else for yourself. And we need to encourage and support that, because growth can come from you starting and developing something. And we've got some really strong community assets, we've got some really strong community partners, institutions, anchor institutions like the college, where we're working really collaboratively. And we've got an employment skills and enterprise strategy. Again, we love a strategy and a policy, don't we? But that sets out a really long-term approach around how we're going to build a resilient local economy that can stand the weathers of change and the kind of wider national and global economic pressures that potentially come. And that focuses again on supporting residents into good work. I don't want any resident in this borough not to be paid London Living Wage. The reason why London Living Wage has been created is to ensure that everyone's earning a wage to be able to live sensibly. I want to strengthen pathways with growth sectors, knowing the employers who are working in those really key upcoming and growing sectors, they're the relationships we need to harness. And ensuring that economic growth is matched by equitable access to opportunity. Back to the same point again. It's like we collaborated and we've never met, so it's great. And we've worked really hard to ensure the strategic context is understood by all of those key stakeholders, by higher education, further education, adult community education providers, by industry, by employers, by employability providers, but also by residents, by you, the learners, the students as well. But we really must be honest about the scale of the challenge. So boiling some of that data from earlier down to kind of more local statistics. So according to NOMIS, which is the kind of data that captures local labour market information, Redbridge's employment rate is just sitting under 72%. Keir Starmer made an announcement a year and a half ago that the government aspiration is an 80% target of an employment rate. That means people actively engaged in the labour market. We're a long way off, and we've fluctuated at that 72 for a very, very long time. So there's a long way to go in terms of supporting people into those quality opportunities. And then skills levels are actually also of concern. You know, only around 52% of Redbridge residents hold a level 3 or above qualification, again, compared to that London average. And then at level 4, it's even lower, 38%, compared to a 52% London-wide. So you students are on that journey to being part of that statistic, and that's brilliant, and we want to keep that level risen and raising, and we want to make sure that skills and the lifelong learning and the workforce development piece continue to be embedded too. But these gaps, they do matter. The gaps affect productivity, they affect earnings, they affect that social mobility and that social capital we've talked about, and the ability of our residents to access the opportunities that are emerging in our growth sectors. And it's why the approach we're taking in Redbridge is rooted in partnership. It's partnership with employers, with training providers, with community organisations and institutions like Mont. And it's also why quality careers advice and guidance for our residents pre-starting learning but throughout their education piece is also really important, so to support them to be aspirational about their own future. And as Joan mentioned, even within that careers piece, ensuring those employability skills are embedded in a way that is from the outset, and people understand that language around what employability really means. If I asked you, when your own parents asked you what you wanted to be when you grow up, did you have an answer? And then did you access quality careers advice and guidance along the way to get to where you are today? Are you continuing to seek that guidance and that advice on where your opportunities may lead you and where the development for your own career might lay? And actually, it's not just young people that need that. We need to ensure that adults are also being supported with quality advice and guidance to make sure they're making good choices about the development and the opportunities and the learning that they take. So let me highlight just 3 key growth sectors that are really central to Redbridge's economy, and I think help us to think a little bit more strategically about our economic strategy. So I'm going to talk briefly through health and social care, digital and AI-driven industries, and then construction and the built environment. And actually all 3 of these sectors face very similar challenges: skills shortages, an ageing workforce, evolving competency requirements, cutting-edge technology requirements that are needed, and then that real desperate need for new pathways and new, more innovative ways of training. So let's look at health and social care first. So that is one of, well, it is the largest and fastest growing sector in Redbridge, and actually across London it is one of the fastest. And demand is rising because of ageing populations, actual increased complexity of care needs, and the shift towards more community-based delivery of health provision. But the sector is facing chronic recruitment shortages, high turnover of staff, limited progression rates, and a need for new competencies, including digital health and mental health support. The LSIP, I mentioned that earlier, that identifies health and social care as a priority sector that's requiring urgent action. So what can higher education do? It has a really critical role to play here by co-designing that training with the NHS, with care providers, by offering flexible routes into the sector where the placements and the opportunities I've talked about before can be developed from the outset, by embedding digital health skills from the beginning and supporting that leadership, workforce development, lifelong learning approach. People can go in at a lower level but continue to develop and continue to build those learning skills to be able to meet the needs. And actually, what we're finding when we talk to employers within health and social care is they're so interested in the values of the individuals going into that sector. They take a values-based recruitment approach. So they're really interested in how people are demonstrating empathy and they're demonstrating those wider skill sets rather than here's my certificate, I've got a piece of paper that says I've got a level 4, 5, 6 qualification. And in Redbridge, we're working really closely with the NHS trusts, with care providers, with training institutions to build that pipeline of skilled, diverse, motivated workers. Our own engagement locally with Mont College as a provider of health and social care qualifications has been really critical here. And the college is really offering something different, something cutting edge in terms of its approach to teaching and learning that really meets the demands of employers. And we want to collaborate further on how we use that innovation to give people real world experience of what the sector is like. Let me move on then to digital and AI driven industries. So digital skills, as has been mentioned throughout this morning, are no longer optional. They are essential across every single sector, from cleaners needing to use iPads to explain what they've done in terms of toilets to the highest level of AI level people working. You know, it's absolutely critical across every sector. And AI, data analytics, cybersecurity, digital transformation, they are reshaping the labour market really at pace. But London faces a significant digital skills gap, particularly again among those underrepresented groups. The London Growth Plan emphasises the need to build a digitally confident workforce that can adapt to emerging technologies. How many people are using AI in their research papers, in the way that they're working? Even I used a bit to make sure I did my abstract right. Copilot is my new best friend. But how are we using that in a quality and an appropriate way that still maintains our own competitiveness and that we're not taken over, as others have said, by the way AI works? And how can higher education lead the way in this? Well, embedding digital literacy across every discipline. It has to be an absolute key strand across the board. Offering shorter, more modular digital upskilling courses. You know, if you're on a course in health and social care but you're not feeling as confident in digital skills, we need to be able to address that really quickly and make sure that that's really well embedded. And then partnering with those tech employers to deliver real-world learning, real-world scenario-based situational learning, and supporting residents to transition into those digital roles. In Redbridge, we really do see huge opportunity for digital innovation. Bilal is always talking to me about how we bring Google to Redbridge. How do we actually bring some of that automation and innovation to our borough and really be ambitious for what those industries could offer? And again, Montrose has been leading the way in this with their approach to collaboration, which I find fascinating, between digital technology faculties and health and social care faculties, and ensuring that they're working collaboratively to get that digital thread working the whole way through. And then final growth sector is construction and the built environment. As I said earlier, Redbridge is going through major regeneration. We have housing targets that are significantly high, and across London, really high targets in terms of house building and development, as well as that transition to net zero. And that sustainability point still remains really significant for us in London. There's increased demand for retrofit specialists, sustainable construction skills, for project management, using modern methods of construction. Working in the construction and built environment sector does not require boots and a spade and mud all the time anymore. There's so much innovation in this sector that can be harnessed. But the sector does face again that ageing workforce, the skill shortages, and a need for those competencies around green and sustainability. What can higher education institutions do? Again, they can develop the green construction pathways. They can embed that sustainability into every built environment course. Partner with developers and contractors right from the planning stage. So we do lots of work as a local authority at planning application point to talk to developers about what they're planning to build, what their workforce requirements would be. How do we collaborate with higher education to ensure that those placements are created, those opportunities to see sites from plans on a page all the way up to development are really given and really harnessed? And how can we support apprenticeships? and higher technical qualifications to address some of those challenges as well, giving people the opportunity to be paid to continue to work and to continue to learn, rather than doing all the learning first and then trying desperately to move into appropriate career opportunities. It's a sector where alignment between academia and industry is absolutely essential if we're to meet the scale of development needed across our country. So let me kind of begin to draw to a conclusion. So there's a real clear role I see for higher education in this, and a number of priorities that I think really need to be further enhanced and developed. So the first is that co-design of curricula with employers. We need learning pathways that reflect real world labour market needs, not theoretical ones. And that means employer advisory board, bringing employers in to talk to students from day one, to inspire them into sectors, to help them to understand what the requirements are. We need industry-led modules, industry-led placements, industry-led opportunities. We need live briefs, real-world projects. We've talked in health and social care about doing real scenario-based situational learning to really give people an insight on what day-to-day would be like in that sector. And we also need to embed those values, that employability, those softer skills throughout, because they are critical to unlocking the opportunities within industries that are recruiting. When employers shape the curriculum, graduates are inevitably more work ready, they're more confident and more employable, as the research that Joe highlighted began to show. Secondly, we need flexible upskilling and reskilling for adults. I know I've talked about my children at the outset, but the future workforce is not just young people entering the labour market. It's you here, it's parent returners, it's mid-career workers, it's people changing sectors or looking for new opportunities. Higher education needs to offer flexible learning, evening, weekend learning, short courses, micro-credentials, blended online options, much more flexibility to allow for that inclusive growth. We need to embed those digital and those green skills across all disciplines. Every job is a digital job. I mean, I'm not computer literate, I'll be honest, but every job really is a digital job, and we need to make sure people understand the reality of the digital skill requirements that they need. But actually every sector is becoming a green sector. Sustainability is really critical, and I think we're going to miss a real important trick if we don't make sure we're talking about sustainability throughout sectors from today. Now, whether someone is studying business, health, construction, creative industries, they need that digital literacy, they need that data confidence, and they need that sustainability awareness. And then we need to strengthen the real world learning. We've talked a little bit about that already, but really practical opportunities to gain insight. My own degree, I did a sandwich placement. I spent a year working at the House of Commons. Best experience of my life. It meant that when I went for my first job, I had so much to talk about at interview. We want graduates to come out with those opportunities to be able to sit at interview and talk so cleverly about real world opportunities, not just what they've learned on a page or learned from a classroom. And then we need to support inclusive access to opportunity. Back to that point that Joe made about equity and making sure that this is as inclusive as possible. And then just on a local level, what have we done here in terms of the opportunity for collaboration? A couple of examples right in Redbridge of what we've been delivering. So we have a service called Work Redbridge, which is a jobs and skills kind of programme. It's supporting residents into employment through a wide range of services, but employer partnerships and employer engagement is critical to the delivery of that. We know our employers well, we want to continue to get to know them, work with Chamber of Commerce, work with our business improvement districts, really ensure that we have the best relationships with those employers, because they are the ones that are going to be recruiting and offering the opportunities of the future. And we've developed a business and enterprise hub where we are supporting local entrepreneurs to access opportunities to grow and develop their own businesses. Again, entrepreneurialism could be a really interesting way of bridging some of that wider gap around skills shortages. And we're working with our neighbours, with the GLA, with key anchor institutions, the NHS, major developers, to ensure that we really are right at the forefront of collaboration. So let me close with this. The future of London's economy will be shaped by partnership, not by government by itself, not by industry by itself, not by education acting alone, but by bringing together the insight of academia. I love the research that came earlier, the insight that you get from really thinking deeply about these things, but also from the innovation, the fast-paced turnaround of industry. They work at a very quick pace and they want things quickly. We need to understand that innovation. And then the ambition that we have as a local authority and kind of national government as well. We need to harness those three things together to build a workforce not only ready for the future, but confident, capable and inspired to shape it. And I would say Redbridge is ready to play its part. London is taking a real lead on this, and together we can ensure that every learner, every worker, every community has the opportunity to thrive. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Hannah, for that interesting perspective on artificial intelligence and economic perspectives. I think we all are busy thinking about what's going to be replaced, what's going to be displaced, who's going to lose jobs. But we don't really think about, like you said, there's going to be so many jobs that we haven't even envisioned that is going to be in the future. So this is what Professor Asemoglu, I would like to add, talks about the reinstatement effect in economics, and it happens to fall in my doctoral research area, so it was very interesting. Thank you again for your interesting perspectives. And one thing that stood out so clearly is that future workforce readiness does not begin after graduation. It begins through meaningful partnerships, local engagement, and practical opportunities. Thank you so much again. So our next keynote speaker is Dr. Sajil Ahmed. Dr. Sajil Ahmed is a principal lecturer in business systems and management at the University of Bedfordshire. His teaching and research focus on digital technologies, information systems, artificial intelligence, business analytics, and digital business management. Since joining the business school in 2015, Dr. Ahmed has taught a range of business and technology-related subjects, including AI, machine learning, digital marketing, and information management. His presentation title for today is Multifaceted Relationship Between Industry, Academic Partnership, Challenges, Opportunities, and Innovation. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sajil Ahmed.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for Mont for inviting me back. So I've done one of the conferences before. And also the previous speakers. I think thank you so much for highlighting a lot of the industry actually, and also the council or the government perspective. So my sort of presentation here kind of highlights some of the ideas that already are presented. But I've taken a bit of an academic perspective on that. So I've sort of kind of looked at what the literature says. And also just to give you some context. So I'm based in, again, Bedfordshire. My University of Bedfordshire. So we have been doing a lot of work, at least in the business school, with the local council. So we have Luton Borough Council, we've got the Central Bedfordshire Council, and also at the moment there's a lot of development happening around the Luton and Bedfordshire area. We've got the new football stadium happening, we've got the Luton Airport, there's also the introduction of Universal Studios that are coming to that area. So there's been a lot of work going on through the university on supporting a lot of these initiatives around these development. So we've been kind of involved a lot in this, and now one of my roles is to lead a lot of the postgraduate provisions within the business school. So what we have been doing is getting, so we've changed the format of how we deliver our courses to bring a lot of these projects into our courses, where the students sort of contributes to some of these projects that are happening. So we've done a lot of projects with the council, with the airport, and a lot of the companies like Wizz Air, we've got EasyJet, and a lot of them have been part of this. Now I think what I really want to start off with the question is what is the primary role that university and colleges sort of play in today's society? I think if you look at a lot of traditional approaches to university, a lot of them were focused on this idea of knowledge creation. We talked about employment quite a lot as well, kind of scaling and upskilling. But I think we are starting, well, at least I'm starting to see a slightly different role in innovation overall, and kind of this idea of collaboration and co-creation in terms of economic development, economic growth overall. So these are some of these questions to think about is the role is it to create knowledge? Is it to educate future talent? Is it to drive economic growth? Is it to solve societal challenges, or is it to support industry innovation? Now, I think the way I looked at this is again, if you look at a lot of the literature, I do apologize, which is not that big, is again, there's a very, there's this idea in the literature about the triple helix model, which talks about this co-creation and collaboration between the government, the academia, and the industry, where each of them kind of sits together to kind of work together for shared outcomes, essentially. So academia sort of contributes to research and knowledge. The talent, skill development, critical thinking innovations are kind of held with the academic contributions, where the industry kind of contributes to resources, the investment, having market insights, addressing real world challenging, and especially like commercializing and scaling a lot of that. And then government kind of sits in this idea of policy making, regulation, and kind of supporting a lot of that growth, right? Now, one thing in my role I often do struggle with is whenever I'm having these discussions with either the council or even the small business. I mean, in the UK, we have over 90% SMEs statistically speaking. So I think a lot of there's this kind of change in perspective and change in mindset that often you have to work with. And there's always this struggle that I've always experienced throughout my conversation, where I think each of these, I would say probably the stakeholders is a lot of them sort of have come with a very different purpose, and they have very different objectives on how they want to do things, right? And that's where I see the struggle often happen in the conversation. And I think Liz mentioned about the industry want very quick outcome, whereas in academia, unfortunately, I think we're not as quick as the industry would like to be. And especially, I think within a lot of the work that we're doing in Bedfordshire, where we're trying to get students to work on a lot of the outcome, and that's where we sort of struggle with when we have, like, let's say a semester going through 12 or 15 weeks versus a business wants an outcome next week or the following week. That's where a lot of the issues are. So I think there's different purposes that each of these stakeholders have. They come with a very different mindset in how we, and in what they're trying to kind of get out of those interactions. And also the language. I think language is very important in how they talk about certain things, right? Language, I think, in very simple thing around language is, us academics, I don't know about everyone here, but I think I have developed this idea of talking very conceptually and theoretically. That comes with my academic training and a lot of that, but industry often do not look at things in the same way. So that's where a lot of these kind of differences in perspective comes in. And there's tension between this industry and academia. So this to kind of highlight around there's differences in the time horizon, there's different in the language and the culture, again, priority and incentives on what they want as an outcome, the kind of this perspective on commercialization, where a lot of the industries focus on IP and protection, whereas I think a lot of us academics don't see it in the same way. The tolerance towards risk, right? Again, I think industries are a lot more comfortable with risk as opposed to the institutions overall. And again, measuring impact. Yeah, there's a different way of looking at this. So the question I started kind of thinking about is how do we move forward as HE institutions, right? Now, this is some of the things that we are at least trying to do within Bedfordshire, is kind of really rethink our objectives on how to move forward, where we are having a lot of these interactions with the industries and even at the local councils and all of these. So I sort of come up with this, these couple of objectives that I think a lot of HE institutions should be working towards. So I'll sort of start off with this. Objective one is more about shifting from knowledge kind of producers to more knowledge partners. I think that's very important. So I think as a challenge, universities are often, even still to this day, are seen as more knowledge generators as opposed to collaborators. So co-creation is very important between these three stakeholders. And then reward engagement as well as publication. So academic success is often measured through publication and citation, so that's one of the challenges. But again, recognizing industry engagement, again, knowledge exchange becomes very important. Consultancy, having a societal impact on the outcomes of those publications and citations is very important, and having a reward system through which that is achieved. Okay. Again, develop a boundary spanning capability. So I think capability is still, I think, a lot of institutions, or at least in my experience, even though I have very limited experience, is, again, there's still a lot of roles that do not cater for this idea of co-creation and collaboration. So like, for example, having a role of industry fellow that specifically deals with industries, having entrepreneurial academics, which sort of have entrepreneurial kind of involvement overall, and having knowledge exchange managers. I think these are very important roles to have within HE institutions. Yeah. Again, technology. We're talking a lot about changes in technology at the moment. I think the other speakers already talked about the knowledge gap. So work-related learning, placement, industry projects. So I think a lot of institutions have already moved toward that, but I think the lifelong learning, or the learning to learn idea that was presented earlier was very important. So again, many collaborations still remain short-term and project-based. Yeah, but having the strategic partnership is very important, and building, again, a more long-term value creation is very important, where again, this input of continuous input from the industry, from the government, is very important in terms of designing of the courses and the things that we do in the institutions. Again, embrace entrepreneurial universities, right? So allowing for students to take up more startups, spin-outs, again, commercialization of knowledge, or at least support around that would be very, very helpful. And having innovation centers, which a lot of institutions still don't have. I think that would be very helpful. And again, support from the council, or having incubators and having those spaces could be very helpful as well. Okay. This is more about, again, going into what do we do about with the changes in technology, right? So actually, institution can lead in, again, these AI literacy, right? There's a lot of things that are going on at the moment. AI governance, reskilling, upskilling that we've been talking about, which is the theme of the conference, of course, and industry-facing research, and really the last objective, right? So the last objective is, again, focus more on KPIs that have a more societal impact, right? Where we talk about sustainability KPIs, we talk about social innovation KPIs, regional development, public policy KPIs. Right? I think, again, it's more about really kind of having not just an isolated approach to what we do as HE institutions, but rather having a co-creative approach to KPIs in terms of how we move forward as institutions overall. So I want to really finish off with this, and I'm cautious of time as well, so I thought I would kind of finish it off. So I think the future of success for higher education will not depend only on knowledge they create, but on their ability to connect with people, the organization, and the ideas to create shared value. I think the idea of shared value is very, very important now. And also, again, at the moment, we are also facing, I wouldn't say a crisis, but some issues in higher education as an industry, which a lot of them have to sort of tackle. But I think if we have this shared approach, we're able to move forward and move beyond this idea of knowledge creation or knowledge creators as opposed to value creators for economic growth and society. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. I think that was a powerful exploration of how innovation truly happens, and especially when academia and also the industry, they stop working in silos, but start building meaningful partnerships. And I would love to quote you when you said, the future lies in shifting universities from knowledge producers to innovation partners. So thank you so very much. I think that was a very interesting bridging, mixing both academics and practical perspectives. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, now we will like to take a short coffee break. Please enjoy some refreshments. It is in the 4th floor. And please continue the conversations and make new connections, stretch your legs, have some fun. We will resume in 10 minutes. So please do make your way back on time. Thank you.
Can I take water?
Oh yeah,
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much. Thank you,
And
Bruce.
I need to ask you, who's responsible for these videos?
Oh, right. It's Mont and we go live on YouTube as well, so you can.
Yeah, but before I leave, I need to take from I'm so visible online. I have a big network. It's good.
She's marketing manager.
You are? Okay,
Yes,
welcome,
we
Joe.
submit you a
Same
amazing
here.
presentation.
Thank you.
So before you go, it was amazing.
It really was. It really was.
I really like how you got it. It's such a
Yeah.
Because it's the same thing, but it's yeah, in a different way.
Yes, I am. Maybe make a consultant. Yeah, professor. Yeah. That's where I live, yeah. I work all over the UK, and indeed I work all over. And you obviously know.
So I know you like colleagues that are very good at so I know them from them.
Yeah, that's great. Very good. Very so leading the higher education population. I was really knowing that. What I was going to say, sorry, is that I edit two series of books and research. And I'm also I'll send you details of the books. Oh yes, very much so. Yes, so I'll send you details. And then a new widening access. Widening access. Yeah, I'm on the so that's the sort of thing. Yeah, there are two series.
back people they don't hear it seems. So I have test.
Yeah, exactly. Well, my profession perfect, yeah. That's great.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for being here. We now will move on to one of the most exciting parts of the conference today, which is student-led presentations. There is something incredibly inspiring about seeing emerging researchers and future professionals step forward with confidence, curiosity, and fresh perspectives. To chair this session, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Funke Ojujimni. I'm sorry. Dr. Funke is a lecturer, researcher, and an academic leader with extensive experience in higher education, workforce development, and industry engagement. Her work focuses on bridging academic learning with professional practice, supporting student-led success, and preparing graduates for the demands of an evolving workforce. We are delighted to have her leading this session as our chair. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Funke to facilitate this student-led presentation, and also please give our student presenters your full support and encouragement. Just one thing before we start this, if you have taken your pictures, videos, anything, please feel free to post them on social media, and don't forget to tag MRC Research Conference 2026 hashtag. Thank you. Dr. Funke.
Hi everyone, I'll just ask two questions. My first question goes, how many of us would like to come up higher? How many? I know everybody likes to, everybody would like to come up higher. My second question is, raise your hands up if you like public speaking. Okay, oh amazing, good. Everyone loves public speaking. Okay, yeah. Okay, good. So this is what Montrose College is doing for our students. We're bringing them up from being shy, just presenting in the class, even before presenting, shy from before they come in, and then come into the class being shy, but we're bringing them up to the stage to have the opportunity to speak to the public as well. And so I have some of my students, our students here. We're starting with the hospitality department. This student has started from HND. She started from HND all the way and then built herself, and then she's come up to top up. She's going to be presenting, her topic is emotional intelligence and workforce readiness among hospitality graduates. Please encourage her with a big round of applause. Tatiana Bissell.
morning, respected teachers, lecturers, dear audience. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak today. It's a big pleasure to participate in this wonderful conference. So, to begin with, I will speak today about emotional intelligence and workplace readiness among hospitality graduates. In hospitality, every smile, every reaction, and every conversation matters. A graduate may have the right qualification, but without emotional intelligence, they may struggle to handle guests, teamwork, and pressure in the real workplace. That's why emotional intelligence is not just a soft skill. It's a professional strength that shapes workplace readiness and long-term success. This topic is about how emotional intelligence helps graduates become more adaptable, more professional, and ready for demands of the workplace. It's very important because the hospitality industry is built on people, is built on service, is built on communication. The study of this research shows how education helps hospitality students build emotional intelligence and become ready for the workplace. The central problem of this topic is that many hospitality graduates have strong academic skills and technical, but still lack the emotional intelligence needed to succeed in real workplace environments. In the hospitality industry, employees interact every day with customers, managers, colleagues, which means they must be able to manage emotions, to handle pressure, and communicate effectively. And if they are not prepared to cope with this stress, solve problems calmly, maintain professional relationships, over time, this can lead to burnout, and it can affect both their performance and their well-being. How important actually is emotional intelligence for the hospitality industry, for university, and also for the employers? For employers, emotionally intelligent graduates are easier to work with, quicker to adapt, and more likely to understand customer needs with empathy. They can stay calm under pressure, communicate clearly with colleagues and managers, and also to contribute to a positive service culture. It's very important as well for industry, for the hospitality. It matters because service quality is built on human interaction. So employees with stronger emotional intelligence often deliver best guest experience, handle conflict more effectively, and show greater resilience. For university, it matters as well because higher education is expected to produce graduates who are employable, who are work-ready and industry-ready. This research is quantitative and was targeting hospitality managers, lecturers, and in the United Kingdom. The framework proposes that curriculum-based emotional intelligence development, supported by professional mentorship and experiential learning, enhances graduates' situational adaptability, problem-solving capacity, and self-efficiency, leading to stronger demand, skill mastery, and higher employer perception of employability. Emotional intelligence has important implications as well for graduates because it helps them succeed beyond their technical knowledge. Practically supports them with the curriculum design and resilience training. Theoretically shows that emotional traits affect professional success and at the policy level He encourages university and governments to include emotional intelligence in education standards and funding priorities. So by organizing interactive workshops, case studies, role plays, guest speakers, and industry placement, you will help students practice communication, practice empathy, conflict resolution, and professional behavior in realistic situations. Before I conclude, I would like to say, may we continue to prepare graduates who are not only skilled, but also compassionate, adaptable, and ready to contribute meaningfully to the hospitality industry. Also, with this opportunity, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to my lecturers and to the college for their continuous support and the encouragement throughout all the years of my study. Your guidance and dedication have greatly contributed to my growth and achievements. To the students, to my colleagues, wish you every success in the future career. Montrose, dream big. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana. Montrose College, dream big. See, that's what I'm talking about. From the class to the public. Look at that. Very professional. Well done. Thank you, Tatiana. Right. Our next student is from Health and Social Care. She is, her topic is on the role of UK higher education institutions in upskilling the healthcare workforce to meet NHS demand. Please join me to welcome Michaela Imran.
Good morning all. My name is Michaela Imran and I'm from Health and Social Care Department, Liverpool. Today I'm going to present a presentation on the role of UK higher education institutions in upskilling the healthcare workforce to meet NHS demands. Before I jump on to the introduction for my presentation, I would like to tell you briefly why did I choose this topic. So this topic is really close to my heart. This is the opportunity why I am here today. If this opportunity isn't available, I won't be here. After raising my family for good 10 years, when I'm just a housewife or mother, this opportunity provides me to come back and reskill myself. Now I would like to move on to the topic. So for introduction, as we all know, that NHS is facing a lot of challenges at the moment. I'm sorry, there's a problem with my... Yes, as we all know, the NHS is facing a lot of challenges at the moment, which includes staff shortages, high demand in patients, and very less funds. Here comes the role of universities and higher education institutions, which are like a bridge at the moment. They upskill, they provide them the latest education and training so they can go in the field and join. As you can see, there are so many routes you can adopt through these higher educational institutions, which includes apprenticeship, postgraduate trainings, and IT and digital skills. I will elaborate them later on. The aim of this presentation is to find out how these educational institutions are upskilling them. What is their role? What strategies do they use? We are going to find out today. I have set up some objectives here, which I'm going to find out. Number one is we need to identify the major workforce pressure currently NHS is being affected by. Number two, we are going to critically examine the contribution of UK's health education, higher education towards healthcare workforce development. Then we will evaluate the effectiveness, the strategies they are using, how effective they are in upskilling these health workers. And then we will analyze the importance of collaboration between universities and NHS organizations. And at the last, we will provide the recommendations to strengthen up their work. So recent research shows that staff shortage is the biggest issue NHS is facing at the moment. We all know there's a lot of pressure on NHS. We all complain about where we need to understand what sort of problems they are facing. So we have, according to in COVID pandemic, COVID-19, we find out there is very staff shortage, and then these educational institutes become a sort of bridge to cover it. Here comes the role of institutions like Montrose College and universities. They upskill us. How? They provide us opportunities, like they give us training, they provide us postgraduate diplomas, they give us degrees, and they upskill us. They provide us research workers. So here I've tried to demonstrate how they set up our curriculum in such a way that we develop ourselves. They give us professional training, we learn digital learning here, we do research here, and we attend apprenticeship programs to move on. And as a result, this upskilled workforce can competently go in the field and provide their expertise. They become more confident in using IT skills, digital skills. As we all know, that in this era we have to record everything electronically. And one should be able, a health worker, nurse, or whatever field you are choosing, you should be able to make your or save your records electronically, which our universities and colleges make us capable of. I have used a secondary research method here. The information I have gathered here are from NHS reports, from documents health education has provided us, newspapers and publications. Empirical outcomes. So outcome, after researching, I have found out that NHS, the biggest problem NHS is facing is staff shortage. And here, the healthcare professionals are expected to demonstrate improved leadership, communication, and clinical decision-making skills after doing and completing these degrees, which our higher education institutions are providing us at the moment. Recommendation I would like to suggest. There are many recommendations I would like to do, but some of them are that we need to strengthen the bridge between the universities and NHS so they can provide flexible opportunities to students. They can come back and re-skill themselves, upskill themselves to go back in the field. And number two is funding. If for continuous development professional, we need a lot of funding if it can be improved. In conclusion, I would say that higher education institutes play a fundamental role in preparing upskilling the healthcare workforce to meet NHS demands through education, digital learning, professional development, and continuous progression. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. What our students are trying to tell you guys is the communication gap between the higher institution, between the government, and between the organizations. So they're just telling us the gap between them, if the gap can be more closer, then we'll have this good in terms of upskilling and that. Okay, we'll go quickly to our Todd Constantine from Business Management. That's a big one. Business Management. So we have their topic is beyond qualification, preparing graduates for the modern workplace. I'll call on our students, Mariana. Please let's give them a hand of applause as they're coming forward. The three of them, Mariana, Misbah, and Ezra.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the given opportunity for us three to present this research to you. I hope you're going to enjoy it. Right, my name is Mariana, and as Dr. Fonki said, the presentation we're going to present is beyond the qualification and preparing graduates for the modern workplace. And our study focuses on how employer requirements and government regulations influence university course designs and graduate employability. As we all know, universities today operate in a rapidly changing environment, influenced by new technologies, digital transformations, and increasing employers' expectations. As a result, graduates are expected to have more than academic knowledge. They also need practical workplace experience, effective communication, problem-solving abilities, and digital confidence. However, employers are still reporting a gap between the skills graduates have and the skills the workplaces need, and this puts pressure on universities and colleges to review their courses and include more employability skills. Well, we have set some aim and objectives, and the main aim of this study is to measure how employer requirements and government regulations are shaping university course design. And in simple terms, it explores how universities adapt their degree programs in response to workplace expectations and regulatory requirements. 3 objectives have been set for this study. First, to evaluate the influence of external market demand on the reformation of internal university educational management, to examine how program committees respond to state regulatory requirements in the area of practical skills, integrations in course design, and finally to evaluate the impact of curriculum design on graduate employability across several business sectors. And the literature review highlights one main problem. There is often a gap between what employers expect from graduates and what higher education institutions are delivering. Many graduates may have strong theoretical knowledge, but employers report that they may lack practical experience, communication skills, problem-solving ability, and digital confidence. This is very important because employability is no longer about just gaining a qualification. It is also about being able to apply the knowledge we get effectively in the real workplace situations. And why this matters, the issue is very serious for the students because career readiness now depends on transferable skills, industry exposures, and opportunities to apply in practical contexts. And it also matters for employers. When graduates are not fully workplace ready, businesses may need to spend extra time and resources on onboarding, extra trainings, extra mentoring, and this can increase the cost and affect the productivity. So the literature review also shows that corporate demands are growing and employers increasingly value graduates who adapt, communicate, solve problems, think critically, and use digital skills effectively. And because of this, universities are under pressure to design programs that reflect real workplace needs. Several solutions have been suggested. Universities can involve employers more directly in curriculum designs through advisory boards, program committees, guest speakers, and industry consultations. Courses can also include more practical learning, such as case studies, simulations, live projects, placements, internships, and work-integrated learning. And finally, transferable skills should be embedded throughout the curriculum, including teamwork, communication and adaptability, digital literacy, and problem solving. I'm going to pass now over to Ms. Bush, who will continue with the topic.
Thank you, Mariana.
Thank you, Mariana. Now I will talk about regulatory accountability pressure. That explains that government often control how universities operate by setting employment targets and funding rules they must follow to receive support. Researchers warn that if these rules become too strict or focused only on producing job-ready graduates, universities risk turning into basic training centers rather than places for deeper academic thinking, research, and intellectual growth. In conceptual framework, it introduces the study's own model called the tripartite accountability and competency alignment framework. Its goal is to balance three competing pressures: government regulations, corporate industry demands, and the university's core academic mission. The framework positions university governance as the key decision-making layer that filters and manages outside pressures rather than simply passing them through. It also shows how university committees can take corporate or industry expectations and translate them into actual classroom lessons and curricula. So, academia quality is preserved while still meeting out. This is the conceptual framework I will explain now. This framework explains how different factors work together to help universities produce graduates who are ready for the modern workplace. First one is macro regulatory pressure. This represents the government and educational authorities. They influence universities through funding compliance, audits and inspections, performance metrics, and policy mandates. In simple words, the government sets the rules and standards that universities needs to follow. And the second one is multi-sector corporate skill demands. This represents what employers and industries need from graduates. Explain, companies today want graduates who have cognitive flexibility, digital literacy, teamwork and interpersonal collaboration, the ability to be productive from day one. Simply, businesses tell universities what skills students need to succeed in real jobs. And the third one is internal pedagogical governance. This is how the university manages teaching and learning internally. This is the university's internal system that decides how students are taught and assessed. And in curriculum embeddedness, this means that the required skills are built directly into the curriculum rather than being taught separately. It includes working closely with industry advisory boards, updating courses quickly when industry changes, allocating resources effectively, maintaining high quality standards. Simply, the university designs its courses so that industry skills are naturally included in what students learn. And in the circle TACM, I will explain TACM now. TACM stands for Tripartite Accountability and Competency Alignment Model. It acts as the bridge connecting government expectations, industry needs, and university teaching. TACM brings together the three key players, government, universities, and employers, to ensure students develop the right skills. And the graduate transversal employability, this is final outcome or goal of the framework. The aim is to produce graduates with transferable skills such as ability to work across different industries, adaptability to new situations,
independent decision making, good communication across different disciplines. And simply the ultimate goal is to produce graduates who can succeed in different jobs and adapt to change in the workplace. This framework shows the graduate employability is not created by the university alone. Government policies provide the rules, industries identify the skill they need, the universities embed those skills into their teaching and curriculum. When these three elements work together through the TECO model, the result is graduates who are adaptable, skilled, and ready for employment across different sectors. In simple terms, the model demonstrates that when government requirements, industry expectations, and university educations are aligned, students graduate with the practical and transferable skills needed for long-term career success. Now I will pass over to Andrew to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brad. Thank you very much. Don't seem to work. Okay. This slide explains the methodology used in the study. We use the quantitative cross-sectional research design. This allows us to collect data at one point in time and examine the relationship between employer requirements, state regulations, and university course design. The context of the investigation is the United Kingdom, as the study focuses on how universities in this setting respond to both regulatory expectations and corporate demands. For the sampling strategy, we used purposive snowball sampling. This was appropriate because we needed participants who had specific knowledge of curriculum design, employability, university management, and workforce requirements. Our target sample included academic administrators and human resource managers from corporate firms, with a total sample size of around 250 participants. This helped us bring together perspectives from both higher education institutions and employers. For the analysis, the study will use partial least squares structural equation modeling, also known as PLS-SEM, through the Air Statistical Computing Environment. This approach is appropriate because it allows the study to test relationship between multiple variables and assess how external pressures influence course design and graduate employability. Again. That's it. I was pressing that. Okay. Our study has practical, theoretical, and policy implications. In terms of practical implications, educational institutions receive a useful reference for evaluating how effective their curriculum review processes are. The study also provides educational administrators with strategic tools to balance corporate expectations with the academic values and integrity of universities. The theoretical implication is that our study extends existing discussions on the relationships between higher education and employability. Instead of treating the issue only as a general debate, we provide a more measurable framework for understanding how universities respond to corporate and regulatory demands. There are also important policy implications. The validated metrics developed in this study can support quality assurance agencies in design clear evaluation guidelines for universities. In addition, government bodies gain better insight into how regulations influence the way universities organize and update their academic programs. Overall, our study contributes to a more evidence-based understanding of how universities can design courses that meet regulatory requirements, respond to employer needs, and still maintain the broader academic purpose of higher education. In conclusion, to conclude our presentation shows that universities need to prepare graduates beyond qualifications. The key issue is the gap between what employers expect and what graduates can offer. Graduates need not only academic knowledge, but also practical digital communication and problem-solving skills. Our study highlights the importance of universities, employers, and policymakers working together to design courses that meet workplace needs while maintaining academic quality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause for them. Explaining the gap between the curriculum and the government and the employee. Our last contestant, we normally do this, what's it called, angel competition in school, and our last contestant is our winner in the angel competition, and he's from marketing and business department. Please join me, welcome Kabiru.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kabiru Nasir. I am a business marketing student, second year in Mont College. My presentation today is actually going to be a little bit organic because as a student entrepreneur, I have a very unique perspective because I believe I'm living both worlds as a student and as someone who is trying to have their own business. So I'm going to go through the slide, but most of it I will be freestyling, if that's okay. Thank you. Okay, the topic today is bridging academia and industry. And again, most of my message today will go to my fellow students because colleges and universities should not just mainly be providing us or giving us how we can get through this knowledge and at the end of the day we get our degree. I personally believe there is more that is required. For instance, communication skills. Okay, I am not a great communicator, or how it's been said. Only just last week I won angel competition, and this is not because I have the greatest idea. I believe it's what Montrose has prepared me throughout my years of study. For instance, inviting me to events, representing the college, business exhibitions. Those programs and events have sharpened me to be able to be in front of you today. Okay, so bridging academia, as I've explained, knowledge, learning, critical thinking, and mentorship. Yes, we get that. We are blessed and lucky to have that in Montrose. It's not all in academia that offers mentorship and, of course, teaching you how to be a critical thinker. This brought me to Jigitins again, which is the business that I'm launching soon. Montrose has given me this platform to make me have a critical thinking and to think about a gap in the market, which is in between our teenagers. That is not a topic for today. Students, as you can see here, this is me to say, my long life learning mindset is to upskill, reskill, adapt, innovative, and leadership skills. As an academia or as a student, we need to understand that there are some programs or there are some movements that we need to make for ourselves. For instance, I will use my real life scenario as an example. Being a business marketing student, I believe I need to do some data analysis course. What is that? As a business marketing student, I need to do marketing research. I need to collect data where I need to be able to know how to interpret data. So that is me upskilling myself because I'm already in the business world, I'm already in the same field, but I'm actually to upskill myself by learning more. Another example that I will go through is, there's this saying that says black man don't swim. I cannot swim. If any black man don't swim yet, kudos to you. I cannot swim. I've enrolled myself into 8-week swimming lessons. What that is giving me is, I am reskilling. Because I do not know how to swim. Swimming is definitely part of my academic and my professional lifestyle. But I am actually learning how to swim because I'm trying to risk it. Maybe I will need this in the future, or maybe not. But I enjoy going to the swimming pool for that kind of thing. Yeah. So, as I said, education gives knowledge and experience builds confidence. The confidence I've got today is what Montrose have, planted in me by giving me a platform to be able to speak out and to address people like you for today. We students, we actually believe that years spent learning theories and framework, yet many graduates ask, am I ready for the workplace? Which in most cases, it's a no. Yes, leadership skills, you don't have that. IT initiative, you don't have that. Technology is advancing these days, and we need to upskill ourselves in regards of that. And then again, real confidence comes from practical experiences. For instance, what I'm doing right now, I'm still building my confidence level, and this is the practical ways that Montrose have given to me to be able to showcase that. Okay, next slide. What is upskilling? In my own definition and understanding, learning how to use artificial intelligence like AI, digital marketing, data analysis, public speaking, leadership, and project management. For example, as I said, I'm developing the skills to be a business owner. Okay, wish me well, guys. Move to the next one, reskilling. I used an example of me going to the swimming pool earlier, learning how to swim earlier. But what if a professional swimmer who learns deeper how to rescue other people? That is not reskilling. That is upskilling, because he or she is already in that industry. So most of students always kind of get it wrong, the difference between upskilling and reskilling. So reskilling here is a learning completely new skills to move into a different job or adapt to a changing industry. For example, a retail worker learning how to be a coder or learning coding, that is reskilling, because that is an administrator moving into a project management. That is another example. A teacher learning educational technology. That is another example of reskilling. More examples here. I'm just going to let that slide. Okay. Our future workplace. Because this is a research conference, so we need to talk about what the research says. Research have proven to us what employees need. Employer needs not just qualifications or degree. Employer needs AI awareness, digital literacy, data skills, project management experience, and of course, sorry, I got it wrong. Okay, skills humanist. Over here, sorry, my bad. Employees need are broken into two. There is technical needs and there is human needs. Okay, being a human being, even though if you acquire all of this knowledge, as an employer, I would want you to still able to have, for instance, emotional intelligence. That is part of human skills. Communication skills. That is part of human skills. Being a critical thinker also, and being a creative individual is very important in our workplace today. Okay, as I explained earlier, employee expectation, I feel like I'm going too fast on my slide. Employers often report, this is through my research, limited workplace experience, which means graduates lack real-world exposure, weak communication skills, low adaptability, poor problem solving. And over here, we have the graduate's readiness. What makes a graduate or student be ready for the future workforce? Industry placement, which is very important. Mentorship. From my competition, I had my lecturers working hand in hand with me. There's so many things I wasn't exposed to, but with the mentorship and the guidance, I tend to learn a lot about that. So I would say I took advantage and I'm ready for that because I've got the mentorship experience. Entrepreneurship opportunity, life projects. Life projects. How do we go about that? By getting involved in a project that is being placed or introduced by our academic institution. And networking opportunities. As I said also earlier, I was invited by Montrose sometimes this year to the Red Bridge Chamber of Commerce business exhibition. That was amazing. I guess to meet a lot of people, and I guess that helped me with my education. not just with my personal development, also with my career development and education. Okay. Case study about GBT, that's me there, winning my check. Woo-hoo. Amazing. Okay, so I'm just going to use the opportunity to talk about GBT, and this is what being here today, as part of what being here today has done for me, is that it's not just about winning a competition for me. It opens me into the world that I thought like I will probably achieve in the next few years. I have so many connections, I have so many networking, I have so many experience and knowledge, and also I'm building my confidence. And I hope what I've said today will resonate with my fellow students, and again, with our academic professors. Thank you very much.
Come on, Montrose College! Big dreams! Give it up our students once more again, please. They are presenters, sorry, not presenters. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Unke, for leading that, and what a fabulous job. I'm proud, I'm surprised, and I'm just happy. That was a great job. All of the departments and all of my students, I've seen some of my students there as well. Good job, guys, good job. So, our next keynote speaker, a person very close to our hearts, Madam Saida Sain. Madam Saida is the principal of Montrose College. I'm sure you're aware, you know her. And she's a very strong advocate for student-focused education and future-ready learning. Her work focuses on building meaningful connections between education, industry, and employability, ensuring students are equipped with the skills and confidence needed to succeed in a rapidly changing world. Her presentation title for today is Higher Education as a Catalyst for Industrial Growth. Please join me in warmly welcoming Madam Saida Sain.
Is this working? Yep. Thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, where is Kabiru? Kabiru, is he left? Because I wanted to let you know that I also can't swim. Maybe I will also enroll myself for a swimming lesson. So this is our third research conference, and as a principal, I will be, sorry, now you need to tell me which one I need to click. I don't want to be in the same position. Okay. Right. Yeah. So this is our third research conference, and every year we try to find out a topic which is very relevant at that time to the industry. And this year, when we were having a discussion within our research committee meetings, we were thinking what should be the topic. And then, after lots of discussion, we decided to pick this topic as it is about the reskilling and upskilling the UK government skill economic growth agenda based. My topic for today's presentation is higher education as a catalyst for industrial growth. Now, most of the things which everybody has said up till now, I will be saying kind of the similar things, but in a different manner. Because I think everybody, while sitting over there, I was thinking, oh my God, Joe covered this part, Liz covered that part, Sajal has used my triple helix model. What am I going to say then? And the rest of them are covered by my great students, which I'm so proud of. So, in Montrose College, I will be giving you an overview of what is happening in the industry, but I will be mentioning continuous Montrose College examples of what we are doing, a part of whatever is happening with the rest of the world. So, we teach 4 disciplines here, business, hospitality, health and social care, digital technologies. And while teaching those courses, although we are not designing them, but we try to not only teach the students the theoretical part, but also the skills required in those particular sectors, because the industry is changing very rapidly, as everybody said, due to automation, AI, digital transformation, sustainability demands, and all of these things are evolving the labor market needs. Now, the question is, how can higher education work more closely with the industry to prepare people for the jobs, skills, and opportunities of the future? In this slide, I have mentioned workforce readiness requirements. Then what are the different factors which are required for the future workforce readiness? And I have mentioned these 6 factors, but I will be emphasizing mainly on 2 of them. One is the changing workforce, and the reason is because the workforce is evolving, the roles are evolving because of the automation, because of AI, and due to that, the new skills are emerging, new mindsets are emerging. So we have to keep our pace accordingly with the industry. And then second important factor, which we always try to inculcate in our students and make it part of our curriculum, is the sustainability. Because we need to develop graduates who will be building a greener and more responsible and resilient future for us, because this planet belongs to all of us, and who will take care of them if we will not do that? Now, when we think about higher education, it's not only about teaching, its contribution is far beyond that. Higher education contributes to the industrial growth by all these factors, using all these factors. In Montrose, what we do, we try to make our graduates learn the new skills. We have recently spent quite a big amount of money on improving our digital technology lab, on our health and social care lab, and the main reason for that investment is to make our students ready for the market, so they can get that good experience. We do the upskilling and reskilling workshops, not only for our students, we do that for our community also in Redbridge, because we have done our research and we find out that many of the people living in Redbridge, they are unable to get the jobs because they do not have the required skill, and that part has already been touched by Liz. And with regard to research, we are not a small institute, but I would say with regard to the resources, we have got limited resources. We don't have got resources like universities. But within those limited resources, we try to inculcate this research culture among our students. And that is the reason why we started our research journal in 2015, to push our students to write articles and get this experience, and we publish them, and that journal has got an ISSN number also. And then for the past few years, we are doing these conferences also. You have just seen, the guests who are here, you have seen the students delivering their presentations here. And the main reason is to give them this confidence and this opportunity to come here and talk. And that helps to improve their communication skills too. Then we work with regard to innovation. That MRC Angel winner, Kabiru, who was there, I was feeling so proud of him when he was talking here. MRC Angel we started long ago in lines of Dragon's Den. And I'm sure, if not all of you, but lots of you must be aware of that. And we train our students to develop innovative ideas. We help them to develop a marketing plan, which they present in front of the industry judges. So their pitch counts, their idea counts, their research counts, and on that basis, they get the award, of the winner award. The person who was here was this year's winner. We work in close collaboration with the employers. We are a member of the LCCI, the London Chamber of Commerce. We are a member of the Redbridge Chamber of Commerce. We have got network of employers. Our employability team, they are sitting here. They are the ones who are all the time trying to contact various employers so we can arrange placements for our students. And so point is that there's lots of things which the higher education providers with lots of resources are doing, we are also doing with the limited resources. That is the most important point. Now for the future workforce readiness, these are the skills. We mentioned about soft skills. We mentioned about emotional intelligence. Lots of discussion happened from the beginning up till here, whosoever was presenting. And how Montrose is covering that aspect. Because soft skills, machines cannot deliver, humans can deliver only. And that MRC Angel program, if I go deep into it, when you ask a student to think about an innovative idea, you are improving the creativity of the student. When they are developing a pitch, they are thinking critically. They are solving problems when they are challenged by the mentors, that how you are going to manage your marketing, how you are going to arrange the finance. They are improving their leadership skills because they are the ones who are going to implement that idea. So they need to have that leadership thing in them to be an entrepreneur. And their communication skills, because they are there to deliver the idea in front of the judges, and you cannot impress the judges if you do not have a good communication skills. So kind of one project which is open to all the departments, it's not only for the business students, to all the departments, help to develop and sharpen all these skills which are mentioned over here. With regard to the upskilling and reskilling, why it is important, I'll share over here my personal experience. My son has done his master's degree from a university, from Russell Group. And when he was applying for jobs, when he got the job, his employer said that you have to do in the first 6 months these 4 certifications. And then we will be ready to handle a client. My question is why he was not prepared for those things when he was studying in the university. So if a big university is not aware to fill the gap, so that shows that there is a gap between the academia and the industry. So even a big name is unable to make a person ready for the job. That person still, although the employer is paying for all the certifications, the point is that that should be, we pay money for our students, pay money, our kids, we pay money for their tuition fee. Why the higher education sector is not preparing them according to the requirement of the workforce? So there is clearly a gap here. Now, higher education role here is for the CBD of the students, which we in Montrose do while doing those workshops, competitions and everything. Their role is to provide them flexible learning pathways. Why? I'm going to give the example of Montrose, like one of the lady who was presenting here, she said that she was taking care of her kids in her home, and now she was, I think, from the health and social care department, and now she started, studying. So majority of our students are like that. They are taking care of their homes, they are taking care of their jobs, and they want to study also. So the way we are providing that flexible learning pathway for them, everybody has to do that. So we can bring everybody at the same level. Micro-credentials, lifelong learning, work-based learning, all are part of various ways how we can improve the people to have the required skills and knowledge. So, bridging academia and industry is about how to, from separation to collaborate. Over here I've mentioned a couple of factors. Mainly there are 3, industry, higher education and students. We already have had lots of discussions about this. But I will highlight here 3 things. Work placements and internships, apprenticeships and live industry project. So with regard to the work placements and internships, within our limited resources, as I said, we are the member of the various chambers and we have got a network of employers also. We work very closely to our employers so that students can get the placements if they do not have. so they have the flavor of what it looks like to work in the real world. We also provide our research project module, which one of the students I think picked that and mentioned in one of the presentation. We give them the real life issues to research on and provide solutions. So we invite, apart from that, we invite guest speakers from the industry. We have MRC Angel program, as I mentioned before. We try to enhance our curriculum according to the feedback which we receive from the chamber meetings or through our network of employers. Helix model, which Sajal has already kind of explained, but over here I would like to mention that these three actors, they are extremely important to support innovation, skill development, and economic growth. That LLE program, the local skill improvement plan, the boot camps, which are mentioned in post-16 white paper, they are all coming from the government. And government is providing funding to the institutions to make people ready through these programs. And how the government developed those programs from the feedback of the industry. So it's a circle. You have to work in collaboration to be ready for the future workforce. Now, another important thing is that when these three actors are working together, the government, higher education, and the industry, how we need to ensure that they are achieving their outcomes. So a strong governance system is required, in my opinion. And I think if for instance, again, as a principal, I'm mentioning Montrose again and again, if Montrose is having a strategic board in which we have people from local council, from local industry, and from ourselves, from the college, that board should have a proper TORs to assess that how all three are working together to achieve the roles or the outcomes to work in collaboration. Now, in all these achievements, what we want to do, there are challenges also. Nothing in the life is without a challenge. Life is a big challenge, actually. So, in these challenges, there are lots of them. I may have missed few, by the way, over here also. But I would say that the skill mismatch at the moment, which we all have highlighted in our presentations, clearly there is a skill mismatch between the industry and what academia is producing. That skill mismatch is because of the weak partnership between the industry and academia. And that weak partnership is resulting in curriculum lag. So curriculum is not updated as per the requirement, and that is generating an employability gap. So policy barriers with the institutions also. We are a medium-sized, I would say, institution. Many people say, don't say small institution. So we are a medium-sized institution. Small, I say, because we have got limited resources. Now, within our institution, we do not have that much bureaucracy. But I have noticed in universities level, there is a lot of bureaucracy. There are lots of policies and procedures you have to follow to come up to a solution. So what happens sometimes that in following those policies and procedures and committee meetings, you miss the time of providing the solution to the industry when it is required. And industry in itself are doing the research too. So they provide the solution before you. So where do the higher education stands then? So we need to work in such a way that we should be working with the same pace as the industry is working. Otherwise, there will always be a gap. So what needs to be changed completely if we want to achieve whatever we want to achieve here? One is that we need to increase the industry engagement in designing programs. We have, and second most important thing is, apart from rest of the points which I have mentioned here, is that we need to develop flexible learning route for our adults and professionals, because in Montrose, everybody is not coming from O and A level background. More than 90% of students are coming from various diverse backgrounds, and they didn't get the chance before to study, and now they are studying, or they are working and now they want to enhance their job role, and they started to join a course. There are a few case studies over here which I want to mention. For instance, in Germany, globally I'm talking about, in Germany they have a system of dual system in which if somebody is working in Siemens, for example, then that person will be going to an institute to study 2 days, and 3 days will be working in Siemens. They have started developing a parallel HE provision to fulfill the needs of the industry. They have a dual study program system. So if somebody is an employee in BMW or Bosch, so they will be financing their studies and they will be studying in the universities. In South Korea, they have a state-directed alignment between government policy and education industry. They developed a master high school system. And the reason for that is to offer curricula linked to labor market demand and designed with the direct employer input. They have already identified the semiconductor industry is in need of talent, and they are working in that direction. Recently, there was a news that China has removed 12,000 college degrees and replaced them with the new AI programs, because AI is very important now. Rwanda, which is not a developed country, it is a developing country, they, on the basis of their national development strategy, vision of 2020, which is now 2050, they invested heavily on broadband infrastructure, teaching ICT in their schools, and establishing digital literacy programs. And unlike South Korea and Germany, Rwanda did not begin with a large industrial base or higher income levels. Its challenge was to build human capital while simultaneously developing institutions and infrastructure. And in the end, UK, what we are doing, we are also focusing on skills, apprenticeships, and regional workforce, developing regional workforce. A strong example is the Institute of Technology, which was in the white paper of post-16 that government is developing. Degree apprenticeships, already going on for many years. University industry partnership programs like Warwick, Cranfield, Sheffield, they are working with various manufacturing industry providers. Lifelong learning, skill boot camps. So we are also in the same race of trying to fill up that skill gap. So what is the future direction? We can't fill up that skill gap I'm talking about from the higher education side, if we are not responsive, if we are not flexible, if we are not inclusive, if we are not committed that we have to do that. So, although there are 3 points here as my key message, but I will say that 3 points are collaboration, collaboration, and collaboration. Because when you collaborate, then you can have a workforce ready for future. And when you collaborate, then you can play your part or your role in the industrial growth of the country. And final thought, that digital collaboration between higher education institutions, industry, and government is essential to ensure that the education sector effectively prepare graduates for the evolving needs of the future workforce. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. You beautifully reminded that the role of higher education is to equip students with the skills that make them employable from day one. Did you hear it? Did you hear that, my students? Yeah? Okay, cool. So that was a strong reminder that higher education institutions are not simply centers of learning. They are engines of innovation, opportunity, and economic transformation. Thank you, madam, again. Our final keynote speaker for today is an accomplished academic, researcher, and a thought leader in the fields of human resource management, leadership, and workplace inclusion. Dr. Amarachi Amaugo is a senior lecturer at the Mont University and brings over a decade of international academic experience across the United Kingdom, the Middle East, and the global learning environments. Her research and teaching focus on talent management, employee well-being, workplace dignity, diversity and inclusion, cross-cultural leadership, and organizational change. A fellow of the Higher Education Academy and an academic fellow of the Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development, Dr. Amaugo has published extensively and presented her work at leading international conferences, making a significant contribution to both academic scholarship and professional practice. Today, she will share her insights on bridging skills, expectations, and opportunities for a future-ready workforce. Please join me in welcoming a warm welcome to Dr. Amarachi Amaugo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Now, I found myself sitting there wondering, what am I going to say? Because literally, most of what I will be covering in today's presentation have been covered by a lot of people in the room. But I will still go ahead and there are some points I would really want to add to. Okay, so mind the gap. That's my topic for today. Mind the gap, bridging skills, expectation, and opportunity for a future-ready workforce. Okay, so let's talk about this and why it's important. I know a lot of us have already emphasized the need for this, so the context we already know due to the disruptive environment currently, the dynamic nature of the business environment, the fact that we've got the AI and AI is happening to everyone, is not going anywhere. The fact that even employers have got their own expectations as a result of the dynamism of the business environment. And it's really important to also consider the skills shortages, which has been highlighted by my fellow speakers already, so I wouldn't want to go over that. So if we look at the UK currently, it is projected to require 11 million additional graduates by 2035. Okay, so this is the data, this is what the data is telling us. So it's approximately 88% of new jobs requiring graduate level skills. So let's look at what when we talk about a skill gap, what does that mean? So there is a mismatch between what employers want and what we are producing within higher education or further education, okay? And the skills that are required or the skills that are possessed by the graduates themselves or the skills that are developed within education. There's a lot of scholarly definitions. I wouldn't want to go over all of those definitions. Maybe you can peruse that. But the key question here for us to ask, and I'm sure a lot of us have also been asking those questions and we try to tackle them during our presentation, is whether we are preparing students for existing jobs or we are equipping them to thrive in jobs that may not exist. So I want to say that again. Are we preparing students for existing jobs or are we equipping them to thrive in jobs that may not exist by the time they graduate? And that is a very critical question and a very worrying one at that. And that's one of the things that have sat with me. So let's look at the UK landscape. We already established the fact that within the UK, and this is based off the report, the survey, Employer Skills Survey report in 2024, and it's been updated. The fact that there is skills shortage vacancies, and it is also important to highlight what has been captured in that report is the difficulty in recruiting appropriately skilled candidates. Okay? And that brings us to the question, what are we doing within the university? What are we doing within higher education? I'm sure we already asked this question. So there is a growing need now, not for numerical literacy, but for digital literacy. And also the increased demand for transferable skills. Now these are some of the challenges. Now there are some sectors that are particularly hit by these challenges currently. So if we look at the AI, artificial intelligence, and all of those other sectors, there's a high demand for this change, for this movement. Now let's look at the current employability picture within the UK. What does it look like? So if we look at the statistics, of course, graduates are in a better position in comparison to non-graduates. Okay, that's been established. But having said that, employment does not tell us the full story. There is still a growing number of graduates that are working in positions that do not traditionally require degree level qualification. And this has been since captured in the literature, the fact that graduates are actually underemployed. So the problem that we see happening now is not a problem of graduates gaining those skills. It is the problem of skills utilization. So when the graduates transition, are they actually given the opportunity, the job autonomy, to be able to utilize the skills that they have acquired from the universities or from further education? And there are critical questions to ask, in the light of that. Are the university or the federal education's curricula aligned with the labor market needs? Or are we just sort of curating what we think is fit for purpose? Are the graduates sufficiently prepared for work? And that's something that has already been, we started having conversations around that. And are employees effectively recognizing graduates' capabilities? So understanding this question and how we respond to that will help to improve graduate outcomes. Now let's look at what exactly do employers want, because employers are seeking a number of things, and we already captured these. In your presentation, Mom, you also captured that. The fact that they're increasingly wanting more analytical skills, resilience is a very interesting concept, resilience, what does that mean? And flexibility. They're also seeking more leadership and social influence, creativity, AI, of course, I've already talked about, and the fact that people need to be more curious. Now, if you notice, many of the skills are distinctively human, and you've already established that point. So employers are increasingly looking at the value of adaptability, the value that you're increasingly, continuously willing to learn, and the emphasis is no longer on technical skills alone. Okay, so there's now been an increase. There's a more human-centered skills provide more longer-term value. Okay, now let's look at the graduate perspective, and there's a reason why I want to look at these, because whilst the employers have their own expectation, the graduates also are entering the labor market with their own aspirations. There's something they're seeking, so they want to have meaningful career. They've invested so much into their degree, both mentally, emotionally, financially, and they're expecting that they're going to get the value for the investment. So they want flexible work arrangement, perhaps, and they might be seeking opportunities for growth, perhaps, or continuous professional development. So there's a number of things that they are also seeking. However, there is a barrier that they encounter when they go into the world of work. The experience requirement from employers, that's one major barrier, and I'll be talking about that in the next slide. The fact that there's already intense competition. So the amount of graduates that is being churned out of further education, higher education, do we have enough jobs for all of them to fit in to those jobs. And another one is the challenge around skills mismatch. And that's been tackled quite significantly by a lot of the speakers here in the room. And the final challenge I wanted to talk about is the limited entry level opportunities. And even these level opportunities, entry level opportunities, have been further squeezed down with the fact that we now have more the AI and all the other things happening. So this creates a frustration for these graduates. You know, they've invested all the time, they've invested all the resources into their obtaining this qualification, but the challenge therefore lies in how do you align the expectations on both sides, because the expectations both from the employer and expectations from the graduate themselves. How can we align that? And this brings me to what I term the experience paradox. So here, there is a requirement from the employer saying, you need experience to get a job. But I need a job to get experience. And that's the paradox around that. So increasingly, employers are saying, we want job-ready, employee-ready graduates to come into the work environment, but I need the experience in order for me to be job-ready to be taken on by you. And this is a major challenge. So as a result, work experience has become almost as important as academic qualification. So it's no longer the case that you gain your academic qualification and then you're now given an opportunity to build experience in order for you to get on a job. Now it is needed side by side, and this is where the challenge is. And perhaps organizations, and I know lots of universities are beginning to do this now, the internships, the placement, the consultancy projects that we talked about, capstone projects. There is so many of them, life projects that are being churned out as mechanisms for employability that's been initiated by the university. But the critical question here is for higher education is, how do we provide within the four walls of a university or the further education, how do we provide authentic workplace experience before graduation? That's the challenge. And this is where higher education are now under intense pressure. The pressure to produce employable graduates overnight, right? Because the world is changing. The pressure to meet the employer's need, because you're asking for more and more, but then how do we match the expectation? The support for social mobility, to develop future skills, to maintain that academic standard. So there's a tension between vocational relevance and academic excellence. They're expected to bring the two. And that's something that Barnett has captured here. The purpose of higher education is not simply to meet the needs of the economy, but to expand the possibility of life. But this still remains a growing challenge. And this brings me to a work-integrated learning as a bridge to help this, to support this. And we've already captured all of these evidence-based approaches as captured in the literature quite extensively, but there is still, it's been reported, there's still a stronger transition in terms of experiences where work-integrated learnings are embedded into the programs that are delivered within the university. So we need to look at what are we doing in terms of our programs, how we embedding all these work-integrated learning into our curriculum, because that's really important. And this is where skills-based hiring, which is also a new recruitment paradigm, has emerged. So there is a shift now from a traditional model which I've established where you get the degree first before then you get the skills, but now it's no longer degree first, it's now skills first. Okay, so that's the shift. It's no longer having the academic qualifications anymore, it's you having the required experiences and the achievement to back that up. It's no longer the number of years you spent studying. It's now proven ability to deliver to impact. So we keep hearing about impact. Even for us as researchers, the universities are constantly trying to ask and requiring, where are you demonstrating impact? And impact is quite difficult to capture. It takes quite a long time. So these are the challenges. that we currently are experiencing in the sector. Now, the trend is particularly evident within AI, technology, and the green economy sector. So for universities, this means the graduate must be able to demonstrate what they can do, not simply what they know. Previously, it's tell me what you know. It was all knowledge-based. No, now it is more, what can you do? And that's the requirement. So employability evidence is becoming as important, just as important as the academic achievement. And I want to go into AI. We already know that, and that's been captured quite a lot. But one of the things that I want to mention here is, just to reiterate on the point that Madam has made earlier, it's around the fact that there are capabilities that are still least vulnerable to AI, and that's around emotional intelligence. I think you talked about ethical reasoning, all of that, the creativity, innovation, leadership, and the complex problem solving. That's still something that we can actually tap into. So the future workforce is likely to involve a collaboration in that sense. And we need to think about, rather than saying, oh, AI has happened to us, how can we utilize that in order for us to scale better, okay? Rather than using it as a replacement, but we can collaborate effectively to achieve what we want. And I come up with a framework which I call Bridging the Gap. We've already seen this. I don't want to go through over it. It is important that there is a collaboration with these parties, the university, the employer, and the students as active participants responsible for their own development. So these three groups have to work collaboratively. We cannot, it's been emphasized over and over by all the speakers in this room. So it's really important that for us to create stronger pathways to employment, there has to be a strong collaboration within these three parties. And now I've got a few recommendations. Some of the recommendations have already been captured, but one I would want to touch on, and I don't know if anybody had touched on it earlier, is around areas around developing micro-credential CPD. I think that is a niche, and it's a growing area which universities and further educations might need to really, really think about, because this offers quite a very stackable and industry recognized credentials for future-proof skills. And perhaps this sort of is a quick win between the industry and the university to say, okay, what do you want, and we develop courses or certifications to help capture that niche. The other thing is around, and I put that at number 7, but it's actually really important because we wait until nearly the final year of the progress of the student to begin to develop them for career. And I think right now, it is really important that we rethink our curriculum development and think about how we can begin to incorporate earlier on in their journey mentoring opportunities to help them build that confidence. The work of work is very brutal. And I see lots of my students go out and they come back and say, oh, it seemed like this was a scam. No one told us this was that brutal, because we try to, work on the student, pet them, make sure we're giving them everything they want. But, it is totally different to what they're going to be hit by when they go out of the university. And I said, is this counterproductive? Because we are not really helping them. We're not preparing them for the world of work. One of them said, life is not fair. And I said, yes, life is not fair. Life is really hard. It's very tough. It says, well, you guys never told us this was how tough life was going to be. And I think perhaps if we bring this in the first year, just to help them build resilience, because that's something that employers are increasingly wanting to see. So building that resilience would really, really be helpful. And now we know we're in a world of AI. So AI doesn't just belong to a specific field. Now it's just a matter of time before it catches up with everything that we're doing. So now maybe we begin to rethink our curriculum development and how we can develop AI literacy across different disciplines. Not just maybe in IT or, it's no longer going to be in silos, but making sure that, how we are thinking future. How is AI likely to disrupt this space? And what can we do in order to develop our curriculum to prepare our students so that they are not shocked by what happens within the world of work, okay? And partnership is something we've already talked about in terms of having a strong partnership. But I'll say specifically, I think universities now need to bring in more industry experts whilst they are designing their curriculum so they can feed in their voices. I know sometimes we're designing curriculum and we're bringing in external examiners from other universities, people who think exactly like us. But maybe now it's important to look outside of the world of work, outside of the four walls of the university into the world of works, so they can share their experience, their expertise, and help us to create curriculum that is, fit for purpose. I think that's really important. Okay. Now I'll just move on into some recommendations for employers. So I've talked about the co-creation of curriculum content, which is really important. Making sure that the content is up to date and is fit for purpose for what's happening in the real world of work. Perhaps offer project-based learning opportunities. I know we talk about internships, but perhaps there is quite a lot of value in bringing in students whilst you're working on specific projects, maybe a 1-month project, a 2-month project, and perhaps universities should begin to ask, knock on those doors and say, look, we've got students who would benefit from real-world projects or life-brief projects in order to help them build their confidence and the practical skills that are required, okay? And also investing in graduate development programs. Of course, now in higher education, there is a squeeze in funding as well. So perhaps this could be a win in terms of how we can get them into this, okay? And finally, one of the things I wanted to mention is the value for potential alongside experience. So recognizing that transferable skills, the mindset, and getting people now to even bring in more knowledge in terms of mentoring and coaching that is required to help the next generation is really important. Okay, so now for students, okay, I've got some recommendations. And the recommendations, and I think is not far from what's been captured by other speakers, but I'd say digital fluency is really important. I know students love to use the ChatGPT AI and all the co-pilots and all the ones that are available nowadays, but I would say that doesn't replace your ability to think. It should help to enable, it shouldn't replace it. And sometimes I think that's one of the downsides to it. So digital fluency is great. It can help you build that confidence, but it shouldn't be either or. It should be in addition to your critical skills. And that will help to elevate what you say. And I mean, one of the students who presented here was quite phenomenal in terms of capturing the next point around entrepreneurial thinking, because that's been seen to be quite something that helps students in terms of problem solving, being curious, being placed in complex ideas and being able to execute those. And the other thing, which I think we leave quite late, is professional networking. I think that's one of the things I've seen and I'm taking away from here as a value, that the amount of students that have come into this conference, whatever the management did, it is amazing. This is phenomenal because lots of students don't get to attend conferences or be in networking spaces like this until they're further along on their journey. But I think that's something that should be brought in earlier so they begin to build their profile in order for them to become employable. Your ability to have a chat with people already in the industry, and you never know what opportunities might come your way, and that also helps them build that confidence that is required. And we never stop learning. Any day we stop learning, what happens? You stop existing. Even for us as lecturers, we always learn, and I always learn from my student. I stay curious all the time because that is something that will help me upgrade my skills, and that's the same I am saying to students. So lots of key takeaways from this is that, the challenges that we are facing is not just a skills deficit. There is a gap in between, and that's something that's been captured. It's how do we bridge this gap? There are expectations from employers, there are opportunities there, There is a learning gap that needs to be filled, and also the fact that we are faced with the labor market where we have excess supply and less demand from the employers. When I say excess supply, that's the University of Further Education has supplied the market, but we've got less demand from the employer. And the fact that on top of that, we've been disrupted massively by AI. So that's something to really think about. How do we work in order to bridge this gap? Making sure that people are able to gain or add to this whole conversation. And I think collaboration was something you said, and that's top of my list. So it's really important that universities and employees and students are working together to co-create. We are not at a stage where people are creating knowledge in silos. We have to be working together, be in the room with each other and talk about how we can move these forward. And just having an agile mindset is really important. The world of work is very, very dynamic. So our ability to be agile, our ability to work with what is demanded in the changing world environment is really important. And I've already talked about lifelong learning, but also shared responsibility is really important. Where do I come in as higher education, for education? Where does the employers or the industry come in, and where do the students come in? Everybody needs to pull their own weight. Okay? So that's me done, and I would love to connect with you guys. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Dr. Amago, for sharing those brilliant ideas with us. And that leaves us with few important things to ponder. I love when you said, are we equipping students for the jobs that may not exist when they graduate? And are we facilitating relevant human-centered skills in comparison to the technical skills? So things that we should think as lecturers and also as being on the other side of the table, facing these transformative changes. With that, we now move on to the panel discussion. And we are featuring today's keynote speakers. This is where things become especially interesting because we bring together the perspectives from academia, leadership, government, policy, and industry all in one conversation. Moderating today's panel is Dr. Samson Ojo, Head of Research at Montrose Conference. Dr. Ojo has played a leading role in advancing the research culture at Montrose College, fostering interdisciplinary collaboration, strengthening academic scholarship, and creating opportunities for knowledge exchange between academia, industry, and the wider community. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Samson Ojo to moderate today's panel discussion, and also enjoy the discussion and feel free to note down any questions or reflections. Dr. Samson, the floor is yours.
Hello. I'm going to use my privilege as sedentary behavioral and work performance researcher. We've all been sitting for a long time. Can we just take 30 seconds to stand up, stretch? Everybody? Yeah, we're getting ready for the future workforce. Yeah, stretch. Let's keep the blood flowing. Thank you. You do not want your back to retire? Okay, thank you. Please come over here. I'll sit back. Okay, I'm going to invite our keynote speakers. Dr. Joe, please could you come forward? Thank you. Liz, thank you. Dr. Sajil, Madam Saida, and Dr. Nabil. Thank you. So I've got questions for each of you, and at the same time, I'm going to allow the audience to ask questions. But before I actually go into the questions that I've actually penned down before now, from the discussion, we've identified the need to collaborate with industries, the need for collaboration between higher education and industry. But there's a question that keeps ringing in my head, and we've not really touched on this. I remember my years at the university, London Southbank University, where we had the privilege to go for work placement. But then one of the things that stopped some of us was the fact that some of our colleagues will graduate a year before us. So meaning they had 3 years to study. And then for those who went for work placement, then they will graduate a year after. So we did not see the positivity, the advantage of going for work placement. So I want to ask you, the question is to anyone, like maybe 2 people can answer this. What can we do as an employer or as a university to change this perception among students?
I can answer from a higher education point of view. I think we need to keep it, to provide, it's like there is part of the student or a segment of the student, they want to finish fast. I think in those type of students, we need to emphasize the micro-placement, the internship, some work-based learning. For the one that they want to finish fast. For the one they want to go in placement and they are convinced with the placement, then they can go with the placement. I think keeping the 2 options is good.
I would just say, as someone who did an industrial placement, the careers advice bit, and I think the final speaker, I mentioned it in my presentation, that quality careers advice that comes pre you even starting your first year of university is critical, and getting the employer voice at that, so it's not just careers advice from a careers advice team, I mean that's valuable, but actually it's getting employers coming in and saying, you know what, in 3-4 years time, this is what I'm looking for as an employer, I want this type of individual, I need you to talk about experience that you've got, I need you to demonstrate you can turn up to work on time, and you can work 7 point or have a 6-hour day, and then you can come home at the end of it. I need to know all of that, let alone that you've done your 3 years, and I think if we don't get that advice bit right, then no wonder people think, oh, this is expensive, I'm living away from home, I just want to do the quickest route possible. But actually, the long-term gain, me doing a placement, I actually ended up earning significantly more than various colleagues who did it in 3 years, because I've got the experience to get a higher level job at the end of it. I think we need to use some of this research and some of what colleagues have talked about on the panel throughout to use that as leverage for individuals to see the benefit of placements and working alongside employers.
Thank you, Liz.
Just to add, because I don't think students know the value enough. So one of the things they started doing is to showcase the students that have been on placement and getting them to share their experiences to those who haven't been. Because sometimes they might not even realize that there's value in going for placement until they've graduated. And perhaps even bringing in some of the employers just to share their testimonials on how the students who've been on placement with them and how they performed, and sort of just share that experience, because I think we need to bring that more and get the students to know more about the opportunities that lie ahead.
I can add one thing to this, and I think you guys are saying the right thing, but I think often I face a challenge. I think I said that universities are often bureaucratic, and getting those things in place often becomes very difficult. Now, I think this goes back to how you said my kind of point of view of objective, right? I think within the institution there needs to be systems and frameworks put in place to allow that. At the moment, I think a lot of institutions do not have that. I think once we cross that systemic barrier, I think then it becomes a lot easier for us to incorporate a lot of those things and get more kind of two-way feedback, as opposed to just getting constantly pushing back. We need these guys in, and then trying to do all of that.
So my next question, this is for everyone as well. If you have to identify one thing that higher education institutions must do differently over the next 5 years to improve workforce readiness, what would it be? Just one thing.
So for employers, I would say employer board, some sort of very clear collaboration with hearing the employer voice, being involved in those sector skills councils, really hearing it from an industry perspective, not just one or two local employers, oh, you know, this one place wants this. I think it's really understanding industry because they can help demonstrate the level of innovation and that pace of change happening. But if you're not talking to the employers, I just think higher education will continue to lag behind.
I think again, from my point of view, I mean, in terms of, you know, a lot of our matrices, we talk about TEF, right, as teaching excellence framework. We talk about REF, research excellence framework. But I think there's a lot more work needs to be done around knowledge exchange frameworks. So there's a lot of, you know, criteria around knowledge exchange that needs to be sort of work around. And again, talking from a more from a systemic point of view, having systems built in to allow for certain knowledge exchange to take place.
With regard to the employers and the students, as I mentioned in my presentation also, that what we lack is that sometimes the institutions do collaborate with the institutions, but the students do not get a chance to come closer to them and talk to them and find out what their needs are. So if we have these kind of events, like for example, live example is Kabiru, what he said, that when I came to the expo last few months ago in Redbridge, that gave me lots of ideas that how the practical market is and what sort of skills I need. So we need more and more these kind of events. Also get the first-hand knowledge that what they need to be more employable.
Thank you.
Can I add one? For me, I think challenge them. The simple challenge them, let them stretch their knowledge, their skills, let them stretch how they present themselves. I was so happy that many of students they presented, they were very confident. These are important. So the more challenged, the better in terms of career readiness.
So could you expatiate on that? How do we challenge them?
For example, I will give example here from the hub. For example, many businesses, when they come to the hub, they have problems. Yeah. For example, they want to build a new website. Let me give a real example. And then one of the students will say, "Oh, but I don't know how. I don't have it." No, tell them, go, do it, and learn, and we will help you. So I have many of these examples. So let them do this extra step, even if they are afraid at the beginning. So what I like, what I presented at the hub is a safe space. And with time, because of many interaction, you can challenge them more because now they are not afraid from the businesses. They are not afraid from being evaluated. They are not in an interview. So I have many of these examples where students took 1 or 2 or 3 internship and learned many skills they cannot learn it in the classroom.
Thank you. So I'm going to go to individual questions, then I will throw the questions to the audience. So I'll start with Madam Saida. What role should colleges and universities play in supporting regional economic development beyond producing graduates?
The institutions, I want include Montrose into it. Apart from developing the workforce, the institutions are already working at the moment with the industry. When I was giving my presentation, I gave you the example of like Warwick University, Sheffield. There are so many others who are working with the industry to find out solutions which are required by the businesses. So but that is still at a very limited pace, I would say. Still, the universities, many of them are not doing what they need to do to collaborate more. So, and that collaboration is not only to give solution to a problem, which is industry-based, but also to provide talent to solve the solution. So, there is a problem and there is somebody to resolve that problem. So you have to play a part in both of them. You cannot just, how can you develop a talent when you do not know how to resolve a problem? So for the problem, you need somebody also to take care of that problem and resolve it. So you have more responsibility as a higher education provider than anybody else to be the part of the economic development or economic growth.
Thank you. So my next question goes to Ms. Lins. What lessons can higher education institutions learn from local skills strategies, such as those being implemented in Redbridge?
So I'd say the skill strategies are the framework, and they've really worked to identify what employers want, to try and listen to kind of the resource constraints and funding constraints. We've not talked about that specifically kind of this morning, but I think there is an elephant in the room around funding and how universities and institutions can actually access and deliver. But I think it really is about the framework being set, the working collaboratively, quickly, having shared ambition, and then being able to say, with Mont we meet regularly now, and CIDA sits on our Employment and Skills Board, we have employer voice represented there, the chamber and wider, and I think really it's about turning the talking into action. So now we've kind of got those established relationships, it's about some agreed action plans, some agreed sort of set objectives on we're trying to achieve this, and I think Farmer Speaker mentioned it, kind of what impact are we trying to achieve? And for me, I say it to my team all the time, what's the impact of what we're doing? If we've not really understood that and got that as a shared objective, I think we're going to really struggle to demonstrate that the impact is there. So yes, the kind of framework is helpful, but we need to agree where we're trying to get to collaboratively.
So are universities listening enough to local labour markets next?
I think they're definitely starting to, and I think we need to be stronger in sharing that labour market information, in being really clear locally what the demands are, but actually lots of our residents don't work locally, a lot of people commute into the city, so we need to understand regionally, and that's come up a couple of times, what's the regional requirements and how are we training our workforce to work and commute for an hour, be able to be in the new medtech centre in West London, for example. How are we working collaboratively to understand that? And data is quite lagged in labour market information. It's kind of 24, 25 data, and we're in 2026. So actually, to me, it's about talking direct to those employers because they're doing the recruitment right now, rather than looking at the data that was from 18 plus months ago. So I think we do need that relationship and that really clear, high level, talking to CEOs, to HR managers, etc. What are you looking for? What does your resourcing requirements look like? And also encouraging the employers to think that through as well. I talk to a lot of employers who don't really have a workforce strategy at that kind of small to medium level. They're kind of just reactive to we need some skill now, what's that look like? And actually flipping it to employers to say, you need to sit and really horizon scan. What does the next 5 years look like for you? And how can we help to make sure that we have the skilled workforce ready to meet those needs that you've got in that 5-year period?
Thank you. So Dr. Amara, are graduates underprepared, or are employer expectations becoming too unrealistic?
Well, employers' expectation cannot be unrealistic because, they're in the world of business for a reason, and they're pivoting based on how the market is changing. So I think if we as educators really need to have that conversation with the employers, because they are right there in the trenches. They're out there in the real world of work, and they're seeing the real, impact of what all these changes are happening. So I would say that the expectations can be unrealistic. So it is left for us to be able to find out what those expectations look like and how we can take that back into the classroom and prepare our graduates in order to match those expectations. I particularly have some challenges, and I think Dr. Sajil talked about in terms of the bureaucracies, in terms of changing and rejigging the system. So I know that we are student-centric. We're wired as lecturers to make sure that our students are happy, student well-being. It's great, but at the same time, I ask myself, how are we preparing them for the world of work in terms of their resilience level? Because what's happening in the classroom is definitely, they're not going to be all lovey-dovey out there in the real world of work. So how are we actually demonstrating that in
Because employers are not going to be patient to nurse them and say, oh, sorry, you got to wake up. No. So how are we doing that? Because it's really important that we are helping to build their resilience. I see this quite often in a lot of young people who give up so easily. And especially when I mentor them, it's the fact that the resilience level is very low, and we need that because life can life. So we need to be talking to those employees and telling us, what does it look like out there? What do you think we should be doing more in the classroom? And I think just reliance on report, like Liz talked about, is not sufficient. We need to be in the room with them, talking with them. I think this is really important. I don't know if that answers the question.
Yes, thank you. Well, I have one more question for you.
Can I add something here? I think you made a very good point in your presentation, that instead of engaging the students with placements, for instance, practical experience from the day we think when they were coming towards the end of the course, that now their course is ending, so they should get some sort of a work experience. Because I have that personal experience also with my son. So from the beginning, if we attach them with the employers, so they know what the real life challenges are, what the hard life is outside these walls, and what they are facing after completing a degree.
I think you've just answered my next question to Amara, because there was something you identified during your presentation, which is the paradox that I do not have a job because I have no experience, and I have no experience because I haven't got a job. So meaning, if we introduce them to work placement right from the very beginning, then they will never be in that situation. Do you have anything to say to that?
I just wanted to add to that, because sometimes we wait for placements, and this is what I say to lots of young people. What's wrong with volunteering? What's wrong with that? That's still work experience. And I don't think we emphasize that quite a lot, because they're waiting for some sort of placement, internship. But you can volunteer within your local communities. Nobody's going to say, no, don't do that. 2 hours a day, 6 hours a week, 10 hours a week, whatever that looks like. It's still part of volunteering, and it's still part of what Liz was saying, showing up. Something as simple as just be on time. Some students don't have that. So it's really important that they understand the importance of waking up, showing off. It's really important. Be on time, get dressed, what it means to be professionally dressed, because those are things that we don't emphasize. So I think there are lots of volunteering opportunities, lots of charities out there that would love people to come in and just gain some experience. And if you've been working with them a long time, or even if it's just a few months, nobody's gonna say, no, I'm not gonna give you a reference. So that's a step in. So let's not just wait for the box. We can still, volunteer. Let's start from somewhere. There's something for us to do out there, and I think it's really important that we take initiative and do that.
Thank you. So I still have questions, but let's the audience. Okay, so many hands.
Yes, my name is Mamena Rebecca. I'm a student in hospitality. My question is regarding I don't know, I want to know how Montrose College and industry are collaborating to bring us experience, because we are learning something that is practical. So we need to be in the industry to practice. Because I can relate to when my children was going to university, they had like a trips, industry there for them to learn what they are just sitting down in the school. So I just want to know, because it's my first year, and then I can't wait for me to practice what I've been learning. So I just want to know, what are the collaboration with industry?
Okay, can you hear me? Because when Samson was using, I was hardly hearing him. First of all, we do for instance, I'll give you a few examples. Number one, we have regular guest speakers coming from the industry in all the classes, but we target different classes and different cohorts to attend those presentations, number one. Number two, for instance, in health and social care. Our health and social care, not only the employability team plus the health and social care staff has developed, their links with the care centers, and they have conducted workshops for them also, and they have generated placements also in those care centers. Then number three, we do every year, and I'm sure this year you will be able to attend, we do employability fair. Our this year fair will be in September, in which we invite the employers so they can talk to the students, student can talk to them. Number four, we do another fair in December, which is actually kind of a Christmas fair, but we give this opportunity to our students who want to do some sort of a business to put up their stalls over there and see how feasible their idea is, because the customers are there to buy their stuff, whatever they want to sell over here. So they can get a flavor of something that if I want to expand my business, is there a chance for that? Because you have a stall there and you can see what is happening there and then. And number five, we have in other departments also, employers, where we arrange placements. Our employability department train the students to go over there and appear for an interview and help them in developing their CVs. So, and not only that, we take our students to the job fairs every year. The employability department, they attend lots of job fairs happening in Excel or different places, and they take students over there. So when we advertise in all the classes, and people enroll and they join them in those job fairs. So there are so many things which are happening throughout the year, but I'm not saying that we have done our utmost right now. We are still working to further enhance these engagements as much as possible.
Yeah, because you asked the first. You were the first one.
My name is Ricky Lambert. I'm from Smart Sim Training Solutions. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone today. It's been excellent, always stimulating and very emotive. Just wanted to say that I'm surprised no one mentioned what's happening with law degrees, because for some time now, law degrees are no longer taught at universities. They're actually taking on apprentices directly, so you could become an apprentice law student and then complete your work placements whilst you're completing your degree. I do wonder whether that model can be applied to other courses too. Thank you.
I mean, it definitely is. Teachers the same. We're doing a lot of work around degree apprenticeships with teachers. Again, it comes back to that careers advice. A lot of the people that we talk to, particularly in this borough, actually, perception around apprenticeships and that route way is actually quite negative. And I think there's kind of a shift in language around how we help people to understand that that's actually a really brilliant way to get the level of skill to be embedded within an employer, to avoid extensive tuition fees and other kind of costs around living away from home, etc., and actually to be able to get the level of qualification that you require. And I think this again is about a bigger kind of national piece around what the skill system looks like, that actually there are so many different routes in to get to a kind of similar result. Some are quicker than others, some require more experience than others, but I think that route way, if I was doing everything again, I think actually thinking about kind of the degree level apprenticeship opportunities, really focusing on the career you want to do, but you need to then understand that you want to be a lawyer early. I think sometimes what we end up finding is, particularly graduates in the borough we're working with, they go off and do a degree that sounds interesting at the time, they come out at the end of it and they're like, that's not really what I want to do. So I think it's about helping people again with that advice before they even begin, to make sure that they're on a journey that's going to get them into something that's really meaningful.
Let me just add to that, and perhaps this is where we need to rethink collaboration and what collaboration means in our real world right now. I know there are a couple of universities that are doing that, not currently in the UK, but some other universities outside of the UK where they've got their employees actually work for, say, 1 month, and they come into the university and they do a 1 week intense study, and then they go back again into the work to sort of put in what they've learned. So it's more of an integrated sort of form of education, and that's worked really well with this university, because I remember being an external examiner for this university, and it's quite an amazing model. I've not heard about any university in the UK that currently does that, but perhaps we need to rethink, and what does collaboration look like, and how can we look at the current economic situation and the lived experiences of people, and how we can retrofit some of these ideas into different fields. I think it's really important that we are having conversations like this. Thank you.
Yeah.
Am I first? Oh, yeah? Okay, well, I've got the microphone. Possessions 9/10, as they say. I'm Professor David Baker. I'm Chair Designate of the Board of Governors at Montrose, and what a fantastic conference it is. I thought the last two were brilliant, but this is even more brilliant, so thanks to everybody, especially to Madam Saida. I've got a very straightforward question for everybody, really, and that's, there have been some references to good practice or best practice, but do any of you, or do all of you, have any examples of organisations or universities or indeed countries, Germany was mentioned for example, that are actually already doing it and doing it well, and do they provide benchmarks for organisations like Montrose or more broadly the UKHE sector to aim for? Thank you.
I don't think, personally, I don't think in UK there is something like that.
I thought you'd say that.
Yeah, and I can give you, I'm not sure if you read before a few days, there was from I think the Vice Chancellor of the University of Manchester.
Right.
And they were talking about changing and putting the placement here not as optional.
Yeah.
So personally, I don't think we have a very clear a macro framework on how to embed the empirical and get X result. It's a trial and error currently, at least what I know.
Understood, thank you, I agree.
I can sort of talk about what we're doing in Bedfordshire. So I think we have sort of kind of reformatted how we deliver our courses. So like most of our modules have got elements of live projects. So where we're bringing in like things that the Luton Borough Council, for example, requires. So we bring them into the classrooms. Our assessments we've designed around those problems. So I mean, yeah, again, there's not a fully like a built regulatory system around it, but we're sort of, at least in Bedfordshire, we're trying to work around it. Because I think if you look at some of the requirements from the QA learning outcomes and stuff, they're not fully there yet. So I think that's probably what's missing, but at least, I mean, again, I can only talk about my institution. It's really where we're trying to, do things around it, so we sort of bring into those experiences and, upskill and reskilling sort of activities. Yep.
I don't think there is any perfect example, because the external environment is so fluid and changing so rapidly that still higher education is struggling to keep up the pace with that change. But maybe in future at some point we come to that level where the higher education and industry will be at the same pace, but not at the moment.
Understood.
Good afternoon. My name is Christian and I'm a lecturer in Montrose College here. I actually have two questions. One, is it not time universities and higher education providers make it clear to students that there are some courses that if you do, may not lead to any employment? I'm saying this because I've never heard of any doctor being trained and not getting a job. So we make it clear that vocational and professional degrees and qualifications will readily make jobs available, whilst some subjects, whatever you do, might be very difficult for you. Yeah. And number two, the league, doctor, the league, I've forgotten the name, sorry. You made mention of volunteering as part of acquiring skills and necessary experience, which is good, but don't you think that present problems of equality? Because those students who have parents who are a bit richer can afford to give them transport, fares, lunch money, but people who have nothing, how are they going to volunteer? Yeah, so these are my two questions.
Very good question. Very good questions and challenging one at that. The first one is a very sticky one. And I think that sort of borders around the whole marketization in higher education. So if you say to them, or if you put it, out there to say, this courses lead nowhere, this courses lead somewhere, would you not lose students as a result of doing that? But I think, again, we are at a precipice of a disruption, and we really need to rethink what we're doing, and perhaps even for the different higher educations and further educations, we might need to audit some programs out. If we've seen that looking at the market, this is not fit for purpose, then there's no point recruiting students into it, only for them, like I said, before they even graduate, those jobs don't exist anymore. And it's the dark side of the world of work, and I think that's something that we need to educate. But unfortunately, some higher educations may not be doing that in terms of research around that. But I think you make a very fair point, and that's something that really needs to be looked into. Now, on the point of the volunteering, what I would recommend, I usually recommend to students is you have lots of organizations in your local area, for instance. You don't have to travel into the city or further in to get volunteering opportunities. Perhaps you need to start around where you are and see if you can find some volunteering options before you begin to explore other places. I mean, whichever way you look at it, they could present some challenges, but it's really important that people put themselves out there, and perhaps this is where the universities and the further educations can help by identifying some of those organizations that are willing to get students to come in and just get experience before they can then go on to get an internship and all of that. And then put that in front of the students to say, these are the list of organizations where you can get to volunteer in, and you, the university, would give them some letter to support that, or the colleges could give letters to support that. That could be a way forward. We're having conversations. This is a start of something big, and I'm sure that is a scope to explore how we can do this and how we can actually go, into the real world of work and make that quite useful.
Sorry, can I just add? I think there's a part of the question that is missing, which is, what about students from a very humble background that are not able to afford transport fare to go to work? So would they not be at a disadvantage? So that's one. Can I then add that what about students that are international, that came from abroad? Most people, once they get in the country, they just look for something that can give them quick money. Some people end up in care setting, which is not relevant to what they're studying. So what can we do to help them get this, I must not use that word, something that is in alignment with what they're studying?
Again, from the experience at the University of Staffordshire, usually there is some micro placement, 120 hours, and they will be for for example, the people from a specific background. It will be specific for them. This is one. To answer your question, again, I don't think we have a one solution for everyone. We still need to mention to the people the importance of volunteering or internship or working and putting something on their CV that's worth to the employer. We should tell them. However, there is a point of what you mentioned and other. For example, for me in 22, whenever I have any opportunity, student, I will say, yes, I will go and work. The last year, the first question is, will they pay? Is there any payment? It means that, yes, the majority of the students, they want something in return, and they go work in completely different discipline or industry, but for the money. And they forget that on the long run, this is not beneficial.
Thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Semuguruka, and I'm a Mont College member of staff. I work in the Student Finance Department. First of all, it's a wonderful research. In our third year, we're growing big, so that's good. My kind of question, maybe a question or suggestion, is that we've talked about mismatch between higher education, maybe, or the education sector with industry. But there's a triple helix, which is government. Do we have a concept whereby the education sector and the industry sector can have a dialogue and make it a trialogue with the government? Because in everything that we do, there is a cost element to it. Industry are struggling to recruit because there's not right skilled individuals. Education as well are working very hard, but we know that in the current climate, most or many higher education in the United Kingdom are facing constraints. Recently, Kent University merged with Greenwich University in order to consolidate their operations. So how do we, for example, we've talked about lesson placement or apprenticeship. May it be the case that when someone is, like you said, is kind of negative or not impactful, if you're looking at someone for career development when they're finishing their studies, could it be a possibility whereby when students are studying, why have 3-year degrees? Why don't we make it United Kingdom mandatory 4-year degrees with 1-year placement for all industries? So that when people go to work in the third year, when they come to finish their degrees, you've got people who are educated and they've got some kind of skills already, and the industry will be benefit. But the government could be the funder of those experiences and not experiment, but participation. Do we think this could be some form of way back to fit to the government? Because the government wants, from next year, January, we have what we call the lifelong learning entitlement. So the government is looking at funding for upskilling and reskilling, as we've discussed. But probably it's the same module, 4 years of study, 3 years of study. There's no sandwich programs or things like that. So probably the government also need to think about how do we fund higher education, but in an interactive way, so that when people graduate, they're not falling off a cliff or being brain sunk. Because you say some jobs here, got graduates doing lower level skills jobs, those low level skills jobs have not else to go. So how do you create a platform that is ideal but is funded by government, where they put where the money where the mouth is? Thank you.
Thank you. Can we go to the next question?
I'm representing government apparently, loosely. Thank you. Yes. So really interesting observations there. I would say at a regional level in London, a lot of that work is starting to happen. So the Greater London Authority, the Mayor of London, they're very, very keen on employer-led development, and those strategies that I highlighted are all about employers leading the way and being really clear on what the requirements are, and they're using funding like skills boot camps, that was mentioned by others, to be more innovative and more quicker in their turnaround. So I think at a regional level we're starting to do that. The GLA are introducing sector talent boards, so in all those growth sectors that have been identified, mainly for London but actually wider, they're bringing employers together, they're bringing training providers, they're bringing Department for Work and Pensions to the point about funding and people being able to actually pay to travel, all of those organisations together. I think there's a real opportunity to lobby at a national level, and I think actually we need to get to David's question about where is this being done well. We need some of those exemplar examples, some of those pilot bits of work to say, look, this is what we think a model could look like. Actually, surely you could do this in 2 years and not 4 years. Surely you could give a 6-month placement rather than a 1-year placement. You could condense the whole thing, but you've got to take the financial impact out of it to make it really clear. But I agree with others, that placement being paid also gives it slightly more value. I think sometimes when you talk to people, it's placement, it's like free labour, And we need to help employers to understand, actually, this is a really valuable resource to you. You should at least pay their travel, you should pay their lunch, you should give them some sort of contribution. Similarly to the volunteering point, I mean, we have a volunteer centre in Redbridge. Most volunteering organisations will pay travel, so that shouldn't be a barrier. But we need to kind of lobby back, and maybe there's a united voice from, out of today, where we can really think cleverly about who we need to have that conversation with and at what level, and how we start to see some of that more systemic shift. And you've mentioned some of that as well today.
And it's not only, I would say it's not only the responsibility of the government, by the way, to pay everything over here, because as I mentioned before, that in other countries, even the industries are also paying for their employees to be trained and to study somewhere. So it's not only the responsibility. I think the responsibility kind of it lies on two players. One is the industry and the other one is the government. They both have to take this responsibility of taking care of that placement or work experience time incorporated into the degree programs or in any other program.
Hello.
Samson?
I don't think we still have questions.
No,
because of time.
It's not a question, just an answer to Professor David and Liz, that there are countries like obviously Germany, but I come from India, and they have a concept called campus placement. And I was also part of the placement committee, and I can definitely say that out of 100, they managed to place 85% if they really are keen on to it, at least by the end of second year. So that's just wanted to add on to the knowledge.
Thank you.
Thank you. So unfortunately, we have to bring this session to a close because of time. So, but one thing that I want us to go with is this. From each of the presentation, one thing stood out, and that is the fact that workforce readiness is not a responsibility of the employer. It's not your responsibility, and it's not a simple responsibility or sole responsibility of universities. For us to have a workforce readiness, it requires what? Collaboration. So please take that home, and there is an opportunity also for you to connect with the keynote speakers outside. But now, let's bring this to a close. Thank you so much for your time, and let's go for lunch. Thank you everyone, and see you.
Guys, so the lunch is being served on the 4th floor, so please enjoy, yeah?
How we can pause it? It doesn't give an option to pause. It doesn't give an option to pause. Does it not?
Oh yeah. It's live streaming.